Definitely. Good afternoon, all the viewers. Listening and watching the number one program on YouTube. I've been watching some of the videos too. Very interested and informative, and stuff that you have to think. Gives you an opportunity to think. So I'm happy to be here.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Well. Welcome everyone to another show, another stream on the coach's desk. It's a new day. It's the beginning of the weekend, and it's the Weekend TripleTreat. It's the day after the Jamaicans have been defeated by the United States, courtesy of 2 goals from teenage sensation Ricardo Pepe. And we're here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the Reggae Boyz having 1 point in 4 games. What a shame. Yes, so many things to digest, so many things to discuss. It's incredible the situation that we find ourselves in. Will we get out? We still have a good shot. We still have another opportunity to do what we need to do in order to be at a, satisfiable position. That's basically what we're aiming for. 2 games. Can we get 6 points in those 2 games? It's yet to see. And we're definitely waiting. We're definitely hoping, that this thing will be turned around. Interestingly, we need these points. So first of all, I would like to, welcome everyone to the stream. Welcome to persons over there on Facebook. Welcome to the 21 persons that are on right now. Of course, you know the golden rule. Mr. Special Edition, big up yourself. 1 point in 4 games. I'm if I tell you, it's shameful and disheartening. Indeed, Mr. Special Edition. Big up yourself. One of our erudite member. Big up yourself from the erudite squad. So, as I was saying, a lot to talk about. Yes, we still have an opportunity. We still have a chance to make it. Can we get these 6 points from the 2 games coming up? Can we take that 3 points from Canada? What is our record against Canada? Interesting. We need to know all of these things. Because based on how Canada played Mexico at Mexico, it's a different situation. Yeah. Mexico were at home and the Canadians held them to a 1-1 draw. Albeit, the Canadians, I believe, will be weak against the Reggae Boyz because they would have been without players that are on yellow card as well. We know that Damian Lowe is out because of that second yellow card. However, the Canadian team is facing the same situation, right? So we are not the only ones in that predicament. The Canadians are too. But it is how these things are dealt with. That's the difference. It's how these things are dealt with. It's how the coach and the technical team deal with these situations. Are we able to deal with that in that manner? That is able to get the points. People, remember the numbers are floating at the end of the screen, so you can always call in. And share your voice. Let your views be heard. You know what I mean? So we're expecting an awesome night, the first night of the Weekend TripleTreat. And let us take in some of your comments. Yeah? Because one thing that I've observed watching that game, and I have to say it, let me say it, is that the coach indicated that these players would die for him on the field. And from what I observed, all the players played. I did not see anybody fighting out there. I did not see anybody being relentless in their attack, being relentless in their defense, being relentless in the middle of the field. No, I did not observe that. Have the players lost faith in the coach? That's an interesting question. Very interesting question. Wow. People, remember the golden rule. Like the light. Entering the stream and liking the light is like sanitizing, taking a temperature before you enter a building. So please like up the stream, people. That's your password. That's your code. In order to get, it's like having on your mask. That analogy. Yes, people. So, you know, interesting times ahead in this conversation that we'll be having tonight. Interesting conversation we'll be having. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. And I certainly know that you are doing too. All right? So let's take the persons in the comment section. Fresh, big up yourself, Fresh. Welcome, the captain of the comment section, Fresh. Big up yourself, Fresh God. You know what I mean? Mr. Special Edition, big up yourself. You are one of the persons from the Erudite Squad, one of our members, and we appreciate you. We thank you for sharing with us in becoming a member. Okarti, big up yourself. Welcome. Midfield needs a total overall. That's true. May not join the hope something there, you know. Can't go on. Chevalier Jennings. Tapa saying nah, step down. Big up to the what? The silent Dexters. Yeah, man. And all the ladies. Big up yourself. 3 are official. Good things. It's not Squid Game. Without Damian Lewis, it's going to be tough. Wayne Evans, big up yourself. Andrew Chambers, big up yourself. Where's a God help us, Chevron Jennings. Wow. King Jab, big up yourself. Give thanks and praise to the Most High for another weekend TripleTreat. Yeah, man. TripleTreat is here. Exactly. The players will die for the coach. What a way to show it. After the article said he needs 5 points to keep his job. That's right, Mr. Special Edition. Wondering if the players have lost faith in the coach. Neo Sovereign, big up yourself. Another member of the Erudite Squad. Coach, have you ever had to tell an athlete that he or she has reached a limit of their abilities? Mr. Tapa try again and again without result. Somebody needs to give him a talk. Him reach him limit. Yes, many persons are saying Neo, he's out of his depth. And it's not like we're criticizing him. It's just plain for the blind to see. Yes. But Neo, I put it to you that the coach is not the only issue in this scenario that we're in, this predicament. No, he's not the only person. Mark Chambers, big up yourself. Shania Bowen, big up yourself and welcome. I enjoy the discussion at the coach at the desk more than the matches. All right, big up yourself, man. For real, Fresh God, it hold down. Yeah, man. Okarti, coach, my wife, a born Canadian. And I know a thing about football. Last night we watched the match. And all she has said, Jamaica look unorganized and lack tactics. Wow. So, Okarti, listen to me. I'm one of the people out there listen. If a non-footballing person can see that the team is unorganized and lack tactics, What say we? We are avid football fans. And I can put it a little further. I'm a coach. You understand? So when you don't play with me, we know what we are doing. Okay, big up yourself. GS Ferran, Erudite Squad, big up yourself, man. Big up yourself. Big up, big up, big up. Cataract in our building. Big up to Cataract, big up. All right, Coach, big man, Meds. How do you see the matches going? Boy, we're going to talk about that Chavez. Where's the Neil? 100K. Yeah, man, that we are free, man. Big up yourself. Roderick Sharp. Big up yourself, you know, Roderick. Big up yourself. Florida there in the building. Okay, the wife can coach the team better than Tapa. Jason Ferran. Here you go. That shows the Tapa need glasses then. Paul Marriott. Big up yourself. Coach, you don't want the job. Listen to me. I am not at no B license stage. I'm not no A license stage. I'm not no pro license stage. Yeah? A matter of fact, even if I was at that stage, I would never coach this team with those persons who are in charge. Never. Never. You need a broom. You need a mop. And you get the orderlies to march in and start to wipe, clean out the house. Jeremy and Hendricks, big up yourself. Yeah, man. People, just remember that you can call in. Remember that you can call in. Let your voice be heard. Let your voice be heard because it is important. It is important that you get your call in early because when the panelists them drop on in a man, no itching enough. Tonight is the night after the match, you know. You understand? Tonight is the night after the match, the first night of TripleTreat. So it not go normal. It's not gonna be normal. So you better get in your calls early. Get in your calls early because when the talking starts from the panelists, oh, you know how it go, of course. We ain't gonna accommodate the call, and it's no disrespect. It's just we have to set a standard because the fact of the matter is that we don't want to disrupt the panelists with calls. And that's what we would have realized. So we would have made that adjustment. I know you understand. I know you understand. Now worry myself. I know you understand. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. So after 4 games, people, we only have 1 point. That is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. Yeah? Unacceptable for this World Cup campaign. Yeah, it is unacceptable. Unacceptable. A matter of fact, the coach's job is on the line. Yes, the coach's job is on the line because the word on the street is that he is supposed to have at least 5 points to be in the green. Currently, he's in the red. You have 2 games to get 5 points. You know what that means? You know what that means, people? 2 games to get 5 points. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh God. I'll take a Richard style, you know? Richard, pick up yourself from London, England. Matter of fact, big up to all the Europeans in the building, the Europeans who support the coach's desk. Yeah. Big up. You know what I mean? Definitely. Big up to the North Americans. Big up to all the people who continue to support the coach's desk. Yeah. Yeah, man. I appreciate it, man. Big up to all of the other vloggers, them, you know, the content creators out there. Yeah, man. Them do them thing. Big up yourself, military. Big up yourself, formula. Big up yourself, Reggae Boyz commentary. Big up yourself, I Am Sure Sport. Big up yourself, Ryan LFC. Big up yourself, I Am Maxic. Big up yourself, Sports DTM. Big up yourself, Halftime. Big up yourself, Unseen. Who else? Who else may I leave out? Who else am I leaving out? I'm coming back to it. Caller, good night. You are live on the coach's desk. Welcome. People, are you hearing? I'm checking the people if you are here because your sound kind of low.
You hear me now?
Go ahead again. Yeah, man. Go ahead. Hello?
Hi. No, but I called a couple nights ago.
Uh-huh.
You and I had a discussion about the system and style of play and all of that. And I didn't want the discussion to be the foreign-based players versus the Jamaican, you know, because once you start going down that road, you know, I mean, there's a lot of everybody have an opinion about the two sets of players. This is not about foreign versus Jamaican players. What I wanted to talk about is developing soccer in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think I don't know. I don't know if you remember the discussion. I think we're kind of reaping what we saw or didn't saw. You know, because these teams that are giving us a real competition right now. You look at Costa Rica. Costa Rica went through a developmental process. United States, they had a plan. I think the United States had a 10-year plan. And right now you're seeing the results of that 10-year plan. Canada is the same thing. Now Canada have a professional league. They have a plan. They look into the future and said, okay, this is where we want to be. And it's showing right now. They're reaping the benefits of that discussion. Now the thing is this. I noticed that these guys on the panel, they kind of come around to some of the ideas that I came up with.
Mm-hmm.
And I also I don't think we should be pointing fingers at the GFF for the coach and everything. We're all in it together. We come from the same source. You know what I mean? All of us went to similar high school. We all playing the Costa Cup of Manning Cup. We don't have a good soccer developmental program in Jamaica. Yeah. And we have to come together and say, how are we going to make it better? Now, I understand right now we're in the World Cup. We're in the World Cup qualifying.
Qualified, yeah.
And, you know, and to say, okay, can you come up with a 10-year plan? And right now we need to do something. Because I, for one, I also believe that we have a golden generation. I heard a guy talk about the golden generation. When was it? Last night. This is the golden generation. We have some quality players. Why the heck we're not doing well? But there's a lot of things. The JFF, and like I said, you can't blame a lot of people the JFF. It's easy to point to the top. You know, we Jamaicans, I always come with these stereotypes or generalities. We tend to blame authority, the guy above. But the JFF is us. We produced the JFF. We voted for the JFF.
No, I know we vote for it. I know we vote for them, you know.
I know.
Not we, and that's what we want to change. We want that system to change so more stakeholders of the game are able to vote. One set of people are voting people and you're obligated to them. It is ludicrous.
Okay. And these are the things we need to discuss. How are we going to get the program? How are we going to fix the program on going forward? even though we need to fix it now because we have some good players. But I'm saying this because, I mean, let me come back to what I didn't get a chance to finish the last time. Because you asked me some questions, and when I go back on the tape, I realize that, wait a minute.
You have a minute doing a caller. You have a minute. Make the point quick. Yeah, we're giving callers 5 minutes because we don't want to spread it even across. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I'm all like 2.5 minutes. No, but the question you're asking about the philosophy and the style of play and everything like that. No, we need to come together and say, okay, this is the style of play. Steve Butler talk about our speed, our flair, and our quick way of thinking. We need to develop a style of play, and then from that style of play, we choose a coach, right? And from then, the coach can come up with this thing. That's what we need to do going forward. But once we have a style of play, then we go out and find players who can fit into this style of play. Not the best baller from Scandinavia or abroad and put them in a system that don't work. Because, I mean, I know Cranky talk about, wait a minute, we're going to expand the program. Yes, we're going to expand the program. But once you expand a program which is built on, which is not built on a solid foundation, it's bound to fall apart. Okay? This is the point I'm trying to make. And these are some of the questions you asked me the last time. But what we're going to do right now, I don't really have the answer. Tell you the truth. I know we should be talking about World Cup qualifier, but we have to just go ahead and move on and see if we can really start, lessen the damage. Okay? And move forward.
All right.
That's my 2 minutes. All right? All right, coach.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself and thanks for calling. Actually, 6 minutes I did, so you get a minute extra.
All right, thank you for the extra minute.
Yeah, man. Cool. Big up yourself.
All right.
All right.
Man, respect. Cool. All right.
So callers, you can call in, and remember we're making it short and spicy. You understand? So I was going through some of the comments. Big up on yourself, people. Everybody, respect our manners. Mornings, man. Big up yourself. Show hot today, brother. Show hot today. The show is so hot that my battery dead. And we reach home, I have to jump on. Big up yourself, mornings. Just when you say Bex with formula, you know, so me come in at a point where me hear some little rumblings that go on and me never really know what go on, you know. But I guess some things did I say that so. Ian, what you say when me say Tapper? Did I ever say Tapper in Ian Campbell? People, have you ever heard me say Tapper in? Or you ever heard me say Tapper out? Come on, Ian. Come on. Come on, Ian. Guzman, big up yourself, Guzman. Big up yourself, Jacquin. Know the thing, big up Jacquin. Caller, good night. Welcome to the show.
Hey. Good night, mate.
Yeah, man. Good night, sir. What's up? Where you calling from?
There, man. Canada.
Canada. All right. The Canadians and hey, two we play Canada now. Roll out. Big up yourself anyway.
Yeah,
What
man,
say you?
A German, man.
A German this?
Yeah, man.
I know the German who normally come on the panel.
You know, see him on the text man every time. I kill United next week.
Oh.
A Liverpool man, you know.
A Liverpool. All right. I could see what go on now.
Yeah, man.
What say you?
You know, to do observe the game last night, though. Everybody all about local. They're not ready.
Virgin.
You know?
German.
Because
German. Sorry to cut you, but guess what? I watch the game and I look for the heart and the fight and the soldier thing what the man them talk about. You know? And I did not see anybody on the field, whether you're local or you're international. Me never see nobody on the field. I go out there, go die for your country. In the yellow, in the jersey.
With top of Pat I'll say the assistant coach. Me not see him get the help and never use no help. Him just don't see him own a thing, you know. Because from the first part of the game, first 10 minutes in a game when them a ball, we have no every first touch we touch, we lose the back. We can't control a ball, we can't pass it, give teammate them a good pass. And then USA use this strategy and look for and see the Jamaica play a bongo ball. They must jump up and a book and kick. So then they use this wide and use the other left back wide. And then they start play on the flank and switch it back in. And get 2 goals. Jamaica don't know if it as a coach, I see the team opponent beat you like that, you know, and I use the flank man. You have to tell your right back and left back, so you have to stay with them right. You can't stay in and defend. Because if you stay in and defend, you're going to give them more space to dribble with the ball and do more things with the ball out there and come in for you. So I don't think we're more really ready for the coaching right now. We need to get rid of more right now and a good coach and start look for a different vision, you know.
All right. Big up yourself, Jeremy.
All right, big up yourself, man. They are going to issue him.
All right. Big up.
All right.
So there you have it from Jeremy and the Canadian in the building. Where you say the Canadian breeze are blowing? Yeah, man. What you say? The man him say, me a top the biggest sympathizer. Yeah. Well, it's not a sympathizing thing, man. I'm telling you what go on. Carla, good night. Carla, good night. Welcome to the coach's desk.
Yes, coach.
What's up, man?
Well, me see man might be top of body now. When we say fault on top of one.
I know for him.
No.
What you say? Tell us why you said that.
Coaching in a Jamaica, you know. I come from the grassroots, you know. Grassroots people don't really look to develop people, you know. They just look to develop themselves. So you see a coach you got one high school. I go in go there to winter cleaner.
Yeah. Because him get paid for do that.
All right.
And if him not perform, he might get fired.
But you see the whole holistic is more football development and anything. You know one in Jamaica. You know the youth from Canada side name Alphonso Davis.
Yeah, man. Everybody know that about them, man.
Everybody with the pan Jamaica side get more coaching than him and I play long ball long before him.
But Carla, you made a point when you're calling, you know. You said Tapa is not the fault. You need to explain your point. Why you said that?
All right. You see when people always talk about we want a football style and them thing there. But you see from an earlier age, the youth them not really learn football so much, all right. You see we have a play 3-1 at the back. And we have a play, you see that way, they not play them type of formation, they are just, everybody are just flat back 4 and 2 there so, and 4 there so, I just saw them play.
But Carla, let me stop you. Formation is one thing, you know. Formation is one thing. But you see, hold on, man. Let me make the point. Formation is one thing. But if the players are not playing their roles or they are not taught how to play their roles in whatever formation or system, it's not going to work. So the coach said him not coach, right? And he's all about managing the team. Are you seeing any management taking place of the players on the team? Because the US manager made some managerial adjustment at halftime, and you see the US team come out in a different mode. Did you see that being showcased in the Jamaican players?
No, because Jamaican football players they don't learn football. Jamaican football players they don't, you know.
Well, I know. All right. You get the point the way I said. But what will so the coach then? We can't blame the coach then. So we are going to scrap the football because we football dunce. I don't believe that, Carla.
No, the grassroots, the development now take place on the grassroots.
No, me understand what you say, but your argument not lining up with what going on.
other than like Craig Butler and the next youth read up at JC, the virtue. Nobody else now look to develop youth. Look much high school in Jamaica. you see after the youth they left high school, you know, have one under 20 league where around 50 make a man see himself say, all right, you have 2 years to prove this to myself if you can really make it in a football, you know.
Yeah, so the infrastructure, so the powers that be, the clubs, the like federation, everybody.
Yeah, man. Let's up yourself here. We are looking merchant, come on, you know.
Huh?
We there see tune to see merchant, you know. Put up something quick and see how them look.
The merchandise?
Yeah, man.
So you purchased yours already?
No, man, but me tell you, me not see nothing on the screen to see how them look.
All right, we'll try to put it up on the screen. Big thought. All right.
Yeah, man.
Big up yourself.
You have to advertise the thing that way, man. Cool.
Yeah, man. Cool. But guess what, Carla? Everything in the link in the description, you know, you can just click on the link and you go look on the thing then.
All right, cool.
All right, big up yourself, man. All right, so we see a super chat there by the man, Eagle Republic. Big up yourself, Eagle Republic. Don't fire Tapper. Send him on study leave. Professional development. Move Bubsy to boys head coach. Move Meran Garden to girls. Mentored by Bubsy. That's all like our big talk, still not Eagle Republic. Big up yourself. Carla, welcome to the coach's desk.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, what go on? Y'all listening? Yeah, turn it down. Or mute it.
Yeah, man, tough.
Yeah, man, I know how you, man.
Yeah, so the talk when I met this man about the transition I team last night.
Yeah.
Me catch a game about 38 minutes in. No, about 20 minutes in, 20 to 25 minutes in.
Mm-hmm.
And the major problem on my spot from that point onward, as I said this morning, the defense, the two center back them drop too early.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Maria was scared at the pace at the forward them, but it's something when I recognize from the English-based player them from World Cup. Then drop early and it creates, because we know no midfield, no real holding midfielder. Because then drop early, it create that space for the attackers then play in the hole right in front of the defense.
Mm-hmm.
So what my thing is, Tapa Ape not coach on field. We know what they now no time to do that. You can't coach on field, but whiteboard where you're supposed to be when we lose the ball, where we're supposed to be when we try to get out. Them little things that in happy instill in the group.
Yeah,
you can even do that in a WhatsApp, whatever. Skype call, you can do them something like meetings that them the man and use. Right? These little things are things where I feel like him now get across. Because when I see the camera pan to him, you always have a problem with something on the field.
Yeah.
There's never a point where you see him look relaxed and because the team obviously now get where I try to play. Right?
So you're saying that there's not a lot of whiteboard work from the coach when showing players them using X and O's to showcase to the players that this is what you do when you lose the ball and present a lot of scenarios to the players on what they should do when they go on the field. That's what you're saying.
You see as a unit, World Cup ball game, a unit ball game. The 11 players were there on the field. You cannot send a team out there. That's why Panama beat you. It's a bad thing. You cannot send a team out there and expect that, yo, all right, the forward them good, so we are going to try to get the ball to them. And That not going to work. Right? Because everybody has played for their country. Everybody got that heart and that desire. Right? So you need the coach to step in now and pull the team together, get the tactics right so that everybody can play as a team. That is the major thing when we see missing. You don't have a midfield, so there is no, you don't have passers in the midfield. So therefore, you cannot have your defense a drop off. You cannot have your right winger, your left winger a jog back.
Yeah.
When we see happen constantly. If your right winger and left winger a drop off, a jog, a come back, it means say Alvas and Taxi are always under pressure. And they to be honest, and on top defender them, but we make them look worse by not protecting them. In the Mexico game, Alvas play badly, but Taxi was the one who you see the one touch, two touch passing, and I try to get the team upfield, right? And I say, you know what I say? If we did play the ball up higher, or when the ball higher, Taxi could have been one of that outlet on the left side and somebody else on the right. And then look at something I say, Tapper, is either Tapper now get to the man them and get through to them as a group, or the man now listen to whatever instructions they get. Something is wrong. You can't have adults on field and you can't improve over that I fought game. There is no improvement. Mexico, you look good. Away you play. You look good to say away you play. Right? With Grant in the middle there. You go Costa Rica, you should win that game there. And it's like I just instances. You come, as I say, Pretzel FC. The man then just break down as soon as them feel the vibe to break. Last night, I know what we're watching and do. Watching come like Max coming in and man first half, I mean, all right, but second half.
Yeah, another minute here.
Yeah, man. Me I say second half. When you say man now get free ball, just make the change.
Yeah.
Just put 3 man Namigo. Just put 3 man Namigo and say you want to stay and try to be a fun man. That's all. Change something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you take off Low, you take off Bobby Reed. Everybody will come off for the wings. That's our only change. Our only changing out. The wing of them.
All right. Yeah, man. Big up yourself and thanks for calling.
Yeah, man. Respect.
All right, cool. So, people, there you have it. Virgin tough. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Big up yourself, tough. So, you see, the problem with me have with the coach. The coach is saying that him no coach, right? Him say him no coach, you know, him manage. How the players were playing on the team, on the field, I don't like the management of that. You know, look at them chew up them on the loyal soldier boat. Man say them man they loyal, you know, man. You understand? These players are loyal. They will die on the field. Me never see that. Cub Scout thing. Yeah? You can see when another team make a change. But when me not know that. But Ian Campbell, you can see when another team make a change and you see the focus of the game switch. What I see our coach doing is that taking out like players for like players. Hey, you see, if you're not going to beat me, you're not going to beat me based on a decision when we make that is unorthodox, trying to get something out. That for sure, say, me I think. So me I take out somebody and slot somebody in a different position and do that. You can't try that, you know. If you try that, it doesn't work, we can say, all right, the coach at least try something. But you just have to take out like player for like player and it don't work, brethren. Come up. Why you can't change the tactics in the game? I'm not seeing that. That's the problem. And Coach Theodore Whitmore, the people they rate you as an individual. Don't take nothing away as a personal. They rate you as an individual. They rate you as a footballer. But you make some decision on the sideline that the people them, even person who's gonna understand football, saw the limitation in tactics. You understand? Because a man just say, man, my wife I watch the game and she don't know nothing about football. But I guess a person who understand just by looking and know, say, yo, the team look unorganized, disorganized, out of sorts. You understand? That we are talking about. So if you say you're not the coach, Mr. Whitmore, I am not seeing where you are managing the team. Because all good managers ensure that the employers work together in unison. Even if there's bad vibes, when they come on to work, you put all that aside and a straight work. Yeah, man. So you think, man. Callers, call it 5 minutes for each caller, people. So when you call, you have to use your 5 minutes wisely. And when I say it's, you have a minute to go, don't take it offensive. It's just that we want to clear up the line so that other persons can get an opportunity to voice their opinion. And remember, the views expressed by persons on this show is not necessarily that of the coach's desk and Coach Minzy. Caller, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Bless up everyone, coaches.
Oh, go on. Blessings.
Yeah. You know. But
you can speak up a little bit, please.
Question. But
yeah, no, we're not hearing clear. We just start hearing again. Go ahead and let me hear safe now here.
Okay. As nice to bless up yourself and good night, everyone.
Oh, this sound like something else. How this again?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's it.
Are the man who ball of this?
And bless him. Yeah, man.
Big up yourself. Let me pick up the voice. Go ahead. But look like your line bad, man. You not hear clearly.
You're not hearing me.
It's in and out. You want try back?
Hang up and try and get
yeah, hang up and try back.
Yeah.
Yeah, people. So, yeah, man, it's one of those results that we would want. And many people are saying that if we expected to beat USA, and if I were to be fair, I'd predicted us to lose the game. But my problem is that. You see, if you lose the game and the performance, you could see a fight in the performance. You don't understand that. Yeah, Cub Scout thing, Mr. Man. Caller, good night. Welcome to the show. Hello?
Hello, good night.
Good night. Welcome to the show. Coach's desk. You're live.
Yes, this is Turkman Production.
Turkman Production. Big up yourself.
Actually, thank you for taking the call. I was just listening to you guys, you know what I mean, making your comments and saying the right things that's supposed to be said, you know. But last night I was very disappointed, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't watch the second half. I just went to bed after the first half ended, you know, because I said it didn't look too good. You know, from the time that I saw this guy took that yellow card, in the first couple of minutes, I said, there they go.
First couple of seconds.
And stuff like that. Yes, you know, there they go. And the same thing is going to happen all over again, you know. And that loyalty thing that these guys are, you know, doing. I don't know exactly where it's going to put them. But as I said to some folks, you know, prior to the game, I said, you know, I mean, you know, it is not very nice when you try to. I use an analogy. I say that chess is a difficult game, and if you learn chess, if you learn how to play chess, you can teach somebody to play chess.
Yeah.
But you can't pass on what you don't know. You understand? You cannot pass on what you don't know. You understand?
True.
And it's going to be very difficult for somebody who has good reasoning and knowledge
to
accept something from someone who has inferiority. Yes?
Yeah, I can debunk that though, you know. You can have a wealth of knowledge and experience, but you don't know how to disseminate the information.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. In other words. That's what I'm trying to. That's the point I was trying to make.
Okay, cool.
You know, you know, people. It's like some people go to school and they learn just enough to pass the exam, but ask them to show me how you arrive at this answer. You know, they cannot give you the genuine steps that they need to get to, but they know they get at the answer. You understand?
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, man.
Methods are important.
Methodology.
And stuff like that, you know. And if you don't have good methods to pass on the information, like as a caller indicates, using the whiteboard and stuff like that, you know, to say this, just like how these guys do it in the basketball situation. Draw play, you know, and stuff like that. Pass on. If you don't have that kind of acumen, like you would say, they cannot pass it on to anybody. You understand? They don't know how to do that. It's going to be like they were like short of water. You understand? You know? And people are going to challenge them if that is the case. You know? And that is exactly what I see lacking in the game last night. These guys are out there like they're chasing their shadow. They're running triangle around them and stuff like that. One wide in, out. Wide in, out. And then they do the opposite sometime, and then they just do it around these guys between Alpha Spoil and somebody else there in the middle. Watson, I think that's what his name is. And then, boom, straight pass to the goalkeeper. I said, Lord of mercy. You know? I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
I just couldn't. I was in too much pain, you know. But, you know, I mean, somebody got to give, you know. I mean, it's not going to be just like that all along. Somebody got to step up and say, let's take charge of the situation that we are facing here, and grab the bull by the horn and do the right thing.
Yeah, man.
No, he's not going to take himself out of there, you know. He's not going to take himself out of. Somebody got to move him.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And somebody will say, keep him in his walking paper. You understand? You know?
Yeah. All right.
Because I can't sit here and say, I like what's going on, coach. You know, I want to see us go to the World Cup. I want to get that feeling again. You know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But at this place that we are going, it doesn't think we are going to reach. Even though we have 10 games left, it's still mathematically possible. Yes. But, you know, how are we going to do it? What means are we going to do it other than that? By trying to scrape through and try to play 1 and 2 games, try to win at home, yes. But, you know, not being beaten very badly or stuff like that. But anyway you take it, we lose Canada game, that's it. It's all done.
Yeah, man.
Understand? It's all done.
All right. Big up yourself, caller. Thanks for calling.
Keep pushing the fire. You love chatting up to me and all those people. I understand. Thank you, everybody else.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself.
All right?
Yeah, man. Cool.
Take care of yourself, all right?
All right, cool. So, Eagle Republic, big up yourself, Eagle Republic. As an employee, you are within your rights to assist your employee with their professional development. If Tapa takes it as a this, he will quit. Carla, good night. Welcome to the show.
Good night, Coach Menzies.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself.
Well, good Friday afternoon. When what tough last night, and brother, what make it even worse? As a manager for your team in a big press conference, you chew the one little man where I hold you up underneath the bus, brother.
Who him chew on the bus?
My defense them no. What him say? My defense wasn't disciplined. And poor Mariappa in the press conference. The man a drowned in a coach. Drowned. The man a coach. The man a drowned in a. And because I'm intelligent, him try for us wiggle him way out. I say, yeah, the coach right, you know, wasn't disciplined, will come out a little bit short foot and and blah, blah, blah. Coach Benz, me ask you as a coach, would you put your player in a them predicament, my brother?
No.
Like, honestly.
I wouldn't.
Me feel a way, brother. It just come to me. You're a coach, you're a manager, you're a coach. Where you go out there go do last night? Where you go in a big Austin, Texas go do last night? The good thing about the first part of the game, we never conceded any. That was good. But we react to the opportunities very reluctant. So we get a little bit of chance. We created maybe one or two chances, but we never execute properly.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah, man.
Brother, a time for a change, man. A time for a change. 102 games. More losses than wins. Come on now, brother. Come on, man. We rate you for the 98 contribution and you give away 100 and plus games. My brother, your win rate gone below average now, man. And there's some simple games you throw away. Winning a discrimination things, you know, you call the ball around. Whether from overseas or a local, whatever, is one unit, one group, one nation. Out of many, we are all one. There's no differentiation. Because we are the same ones that them take from the win-war trade. Now we go over there and put in emphasis on what people from Jamaica is there. So there's no English base or Jamaican base in my book.
Yeah, man.
It's a cohesive unit we're looking for. Yeah, straight Jamaica, we are looking for a cohesive unit with somebody with a technical direction, because we don't have a system in place. We don't attack with a system, we don't defend with a system. So it's all gonna look reluctant every time that we play it and we lose. We'll have a debate about the coach. The whole organization, and we're talking from the head of directors to the technical staff, there's a problem in that little circle. If that is not functioning right, we won't expect the players to do what we want to play them do. You understand? We don't want to take the player them, take up the grass and dirt and walk with it, brother. Come on, man. People to stop players. Look, if the head of the snake is going left, the body is going to follow. So whatever direction to give these young men out there on the field to do, they're going out, go do it. If you don't give them the direction, you're reluctantly relying on skill and when them learn from them club. Look, I'm gonna learn to play one way I'm club and you don't give him a direction in a national program, he's going to do what he learn.
Mm-hmm.
You put one and one together, you get the number two. And if you direct the number two and say add two more to it, and this is what we get the number four. But if you're not showing no emphasis, okay, you're a manager. My time soon done, I'm no coach.
Yeah, yeah,
you're
a few
manager.
seconds.
And every time the camera the manager, the camera pick you up your honest sport, and you not saying a word. You're not calling, you're not shouting, you're not direct no play. What kind of manager is? Good night, coach. Me now hold up the line.
Yeah.
Bless yourself, brother. Your program up.
Big up yourself.
Every panelist out there are listening, and the people in the comment, big up on
Roger this, right?
Yeah, man.
All right, Roger. Big up yourself, man. And thanks for calling.
All right, Father, bless.
Hey,
yeah,
people, we have a YouTuber out there. Anyway, they big up himself, Dexter's Lab. Me see the man have the man have a video about the reggae coach. Me I tell us it bad it. Carla, good night.
Yeah, man, respect, man. Good night.
Welcome to the show. Yeah, man, this is Coach's Desk.
Yes, coach, big respect here, man. I love your program, brother.
Yeah, man, respect, man.
Keep me going. He's a patriot. Lives in New York here still, you know.
Yeah.
Tell you something.
Your line kind of low. You can speak up a little bit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we are hearing better now. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So I say, I live in New York here still, you know. He's a patriot
Which part of New York are there? Which part of New York are there?
I live in Queens, but my teacher was high school in Brooklyn, you know.
Big up Brooklyn and Queens.
Yeah, man, big respect, man.
Mm-hmm.
Tell yourself, love the program, and I hear a program I listen to and to get the information, and I tell yourself, he's a cranky. He's the next brother the name again.
Cataract.
Yeah, one I'm fan.
Cataract fan.
Cataract. Yes,
Team
man,
Cataract.
Yo, me a big Cataract fan. Let me tell you something. This one time we get 3 love.
Yeah.
This one we get 3 love from Panama. Mr. Cataract, I cry. I tell you from that my heart, bro. Because I tell you something. More I cried the night because I couldn't believe how the man them play. You understand me? Such big professional from England and the man them got it and do that. But anyway, that's a old news. But let me tell you something. I was in RFK Stadium. You understand me? In 1997, I'm bridging them, driving from New York. And let me tell you something. Mr. Dean Burton, lick up the John. You understand me? And me I tell you, say the vibes in the RFK Stadium are beer, yellow, and black, you know, brother.
Yeah.
I tell you, beer, yellow, and black. Jamaica, them time there. We don't talk about no English, this, I know Jamaica, this, we talk about World Cup, you know, brother. Them five, so the Englishman, them bringing them 3 Englishmen there, Paul Hall, Dean Burton, and Fitzroy Simpson, them 3 man there now, 3 man alone, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Carry going right now, me attack and come like tears, and I'm telling you, say, yo, Tapper is not capable. Him don't have the tools to lead our national team. You understand me? Tapper at his time in 1990, when he scored them 2 goals, and the man has lived for 2 goals since 1990, over 20 years. What kind of foolishness is this? You want to me say that we will be intelligent man in Jamaica who can run the football? Eh? Look on all the St. George's coach, the man with the brother named Bell. Never Bell. Them man, they are big intellect. You need that intellect, a man who knows psychology, a man who knows social. Look on all over the place. But
yeah, you're right, you know, Carla. Yes. Hold on, let me stop you there, sir. May I give you back your few seconds? You're right, you know.
Yeah.
A coach supposed to know psychology. And you have to utilize that in a whole scheme of things. You have to know it. Once you're a leader, man, you have to know psychology, man.
Yeah, I will know, and I know him supposed to know that Ravel had a checkered part. You understand me? When Ravel come to Jamaica from play for Jamaica, it come like a rehabilitation in the brother. You understand me? Everybody have emotional problem. We don't know what Ravel got to them past.
Yeah.
But the man come and the man look like him liar, the man a drop ball. two other points I want to make. This me your argument about Powell or Powell threaten extra.
Hey, no call no name in that because we're not sure. It's
right.
allegedly.
Well, all right, that's what I say allegedly. Allegedly.
Yeah.
So what you mean say now? I remember about 10 years ago, you know, right, when Paul started playing for the national team, he walk out of one camp, you know.
Yeah.
Walk out of one camp, I think it was Gold Cup, you know.
And you're talking about loyalty.
You know, discipline. This is a fact to me again, I walk out of camp.
Yeah, man, we know that, man.
And come like a so how come a man like that now I create controversy in the camp? You understand me? So we don't know exactly what going on with that, but if that is the case, then he should have been immediately dismissed from the national team. Immediately. You understand me? Because nobody is supposed to be bigger than the national program, not player. Not supposed to be bigger than the national program and the national interest. The second point, the last point I want to make, I respect the coach to really give me the opportunity to really voice my opinion and my emotion. You see, the selection of the team, the top selection of the team show you that the man don't have a clue. How can you bring a 37, 38-year-old man with on the leg after 10 minutes and I run for fumes? How can you bring a man like that in the squad? You understand me? And have other players out here that you can draw from, even from the National League. Anybody, any good stadium, the best stadium in the National League was just finished recently, should have been selected. I don't know who it is, but it's hard to be better than this man. This man is shot. He created most of the problem. Most of the problem if you have come to the middle last night, you know, created by him because he's not covering. So they matter about speeding up, play good and speeding this and this and one. The man them can't play them off them road because they have to cover for two man. You understand me? The man are walking in the middle of the park. If the midfield is not in tune, which is the midfield are engine of the team, you know. If the midfield not tuned right, then the whole thing will crash. And that is what last night.
Yeah, man.
We might look good in the first half, but after that, forget it. Forget it. Anyway, coach.
Teacher, big up yourself. Big up yourself, teacher. Big up the whole New York.
Man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Much respect, man.
All
yeah,
right.
Man. Keep it going, brother. Keep it going.
You're doing
a good job. Good job.
All right, cool. All right. New York are our place, you know.
Yeah, man.
So, Eagle Republic, big up yourself. Need some Pepto-Bismol for Sunday with Alphonso Davis running at Alvas Powell. By the way, heard man deployed Davis in midfield, winger in the Mexico game. Yeah, man, Alphonso Davis very versatile. And that's, I think, when we are talking about Eagle Republic, you see the other coaches are utilize the players in a particular way. You understand? People may just get news, you know. Who watched the news a while ago? Apparently, the communication, there was a communication issue with the Mikel Antonio situation, you know. Yeah, man, I just see somebody send me JFF admits to communication blunder. Wow. And people, me see our next video, you know. Oshan O'Brien Richards, big up yourself. And next thing is that, let me see again. Boy, I see a video, you know, with the baller. The man them in a traffic and them have to turn back at the hotel according to me. I don't know if after the match or before the match that they went back to the hotel for the officials. When the baller them for need to leave and go where them go. And them have is a 3-hour drive. So he always blaming the coach and we showing assertions at the coach. Yes, the coach have in issues. But at the end of the day, people, I'm telling you initially, you know, get the broom, get the mop, get the bucket, and we are going to clean out. And that need to go on. How can you admit to the blunder after? Yeah? And then you make it look like a player not this and a player not that. And a lot of you people jump on the wagon. Yeah, on the jump on the Land Rover. We are go over the country road. I said the player, Mikel Antonio, is not loyal. And pink watch boss. So now question the man loyalty and look there now. Pink watch boss. Me know you watch. Big up yourself to watch. I just that me a big up for watch the program. Yeah. That's the point. How can you say the player not loyal? We are going with the broom, the bucket, and the mop, and all the cleaning agents. Yeah, man, we are rolling with them, man. Pink Watch Boss are cuss the man and I talk about the man, loyalty and all of them things there, you know. Where's the Neo? We have to go draw for this something there, you know. The pest control, you know. Hey, Ian Johnson, you know a land. Hey, you remember? Well, I don't know if you remember. When I was a little kid, I used to see the Land Rover them. I got the country go look for my grandmother. I see the Land Rover them. Then I cut them old Land Rover there. I used to up them Land Rover there and stand up on the back. So one little thing, a little semicircular iron hang off at the back when we used to stand up on. And them thing they used to full a grass so them go for the get for the animals them. So the Land Rover know the country road. At that premise me I talk. You understand? That premise me I talk, man. So when me I mention the Land Rover, at that premise, the Land Rover can manage the terrain. You don't know already, man. Ian Johnson, Land Rover can manage the terrain. So the Land Rover we are sending for. You see me I say? Can't believe, star. Cannot believe. I now blame the coach alone. Everybody and them granny. Yeah. It's a pink watch and hearing, boss. Hey, one thing I big up the pink watch boss, find out. You might watch the program, them. And Mariah, big up yourself to Mariah. I don't know if Lance I watch it too, but big up yourself, lads. Hey, you know what's on our best around here? The man give man a name, man. Who the wrong? Who the door wrong? Welcome to the coach's desk. Hello?
Hello, good night.
Good night, sir.
Yeah, coach?
Yeah, man.
Yes, boss. Ardian, man.
Oh, big up yourself, Ardian. What go on, man?
Boy, I'm there, brother. I'm there. My name 2 days night place, you see, but boy, I tell you. Coach.
Yeah.
You know, say the thing with the statement of Whitmore, man. You know, say big in England, though.
Yeah. So people hear it. People hear it. Because when I think, you know, Pink Watch Boss crew, them block it from outside of Jamaica, you know. So look like it reach out same way. Because people change VPN and them thing. Them think, oh, you can't block the thing. Once it up, you can't block. Now have to delete it.
Yeah, man. For real, coach. It did, man. For real. So it's like some boy at the local against the English player, them, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like Whitmore, them have to say Whitmore not to grounds with the English player, them and anything there.
Mm-hmm.
But what me I say, coach, all that we got sit by. Even some plaque card and go demonstrate or something, bro.
But
we are waiting for.
Hey, I understand that in the Arden, but at the same time, you know, so our hands are tied. You know why? We can make all of the cries on these platforms, you know. But at the end of the day, are the delegates them responsible for these things, you know. And them put them in. You know what we want to change? We want it to change where a lot more stakeholders can partake in the voting of who becomes president. You understand? And it's not supposed to go through the parish association alone. The only way them can move on if a man decide to resign, you know. Or the one of the federation decide to have a no confidence vote. And when the no confidence vote come in, you better make sure you have everybody on your side. Because if you don't, them now get out.
Yeah.
So we hands really can't tie. We just do the best we can on platforms like this.
All right, coach. All right, listen to this now, coach.
Mm-hmm.
Because me I watch a match yesterday, you know. And me I tell you, Boza play. How much minutes was that? Boza play the World Cup. I tell you what, at the time I lock up. But at the time I lock up the TV. I tell you the truth, coach. In that last part, I couldn't take it. Them man never get running a belly. I couldn't take it.
Yeah.
So I lock off the TV in the last. But I tell you, Boza they on the field so long. Where Andre Grady there? I mean, even say 50 minutes, 55 minutes. You know, make a change the man. And the first, you go take off all low. You take off Jamal low. Jamal won't end up play bad.
Yeah.
Jamal loaded up play all right. But let me tell you something, coach. Whitmore don't have a clue. If Whitmore get the 11 best player in the whole world, him still can't put the team together. Him still cannot put the team together, coach. Whitmore need to go, and the man need to do Jamaican a favor. By going, man, the man a spoil with him, the man a draw with him. Whitmore, just do the right thing, my brother. Just resign, my brother. No. Just resign. You will have break, brother. Just resign, brother. No matter who will take over the coaching thing, because nobody can come in and do worse than you. You don't have a clue, brother. It pass you. This up above you, brother. Please. And in JFF, you don't need to listen, man.
Nobody swear.
Coach, you see, I'll Ricky, I said that I watching man that come talk about boss. As he come back, turn back, he play the night boss.
Yeah. Let me see that video there. You don't look pretty. And
you are tell me, say, then go back. Them a go back for Ricky. Say, a donkey chart, a hand chart, and go back to them man there. Straight. I make it clear them go and go take them plane. The man them on the way to the airport, you know, to come to Jamaica, you know.
Yeah.
And that's why the man them delay and
then in a traffic. In a traffic, and it's a 3-hour journey.
Yo, and the next thing me I see again, coach. The next thing me I see again. Dalton wins. I said, boy, somebody, them give Michael Antonio the okay for him and his physio come. And the next man in the JFF hierarchy tell the man, say, no. So what kind of mess?
So that's why they must say that communication. So everybody not on the same page. You see what I go on? Everybody's not on the same page. They might read from a different script.
Cool.
That's why
this works on a party shop. This works on a party shop.
Me don't want to know this party shop them, man.
That's why I say works on the party shop.
Because when you know got juicy beef and when you know got taste this, you get very good service.
For real, coach. I'm not coach. I'm not on disrespect, but not even back road no run so. Not even on a back road no run so, coach. Coach, you hear me? Bless up yourself here, man.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Big up yourself.
You see all our people that were coming up on the English player them, and I come and talk about the man them no loyal and the man them this, and Jamaican player with dead seaside. See them there? I did them last night. I did them there when you feel how to see that. Coach, bless up yourself.
Big up yourself, Carla.
Yeah, man.
When you hear it. So you have fans out there, people that are very passionate about the thing. And this thing is running like probably all down a Riverton dump run better and this no car. That's down the same. Eagle Republic, big up yourself. I wonder if November, if Aston Villa insist that only way the JFF can get Leon is if they allow a physio to accompany Bailey. Would JFF bar? You see, Jason, if you never piggyback for that. Carla, good night. Welcome to the show.
Good night, Coach Minzy.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. What's up, man?
Yeah, man. We're there, man. The boss. We in a call out from Miami.
Yeah, man. Big up all Miami.
No, yeah, New York, man, still, but we still there in Miami.
No, man, we know. Hey, I've never been to Miami still, no, but I got Florida already. But you know, I've been to New York more often than any other place. But still, big up to the Miami people, them.
Okay.
Big up to Fort Lauderdale people, them, the Turnpike and all of them places.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the boss, man. Everybody love your show, man. So you can big up the whole America, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
so
man.
what say you?
That's a boy. I don't know what JFF are dealing. That them a hold on the thing. JFF on top of. Well, I mean, no. We just call him garbage.
What you call him?
That's what we call him. Garbage. Why them never leave them and just make them take some Uber go to the airport today?
Hey, would I leave them, you know? Me, would I leave
them? I must leave them, man.
Amen.
Yep, hey, may I tell you, Tapa, I don't think Tapa want them want the team to go to World Cup, because if you have your best midfield and you talk about coaches decision and left the best midfielder who can control a game, and you leave him out of there, or you're not expected to win. Because every good team have to have a middle. You win from the midfield.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only man I see can go pick up the ball from the defender and string pass all over the place. And move, get back the ball, knock it, get back the ball fast. That's what we need in the team. We don't have nobody to control the game. Put our way to run around like a chicken.
Yeah.
We can't win no game like that, man. Jamaica never used to play like that. First of all, coach, you when you play ball, you all the defense, you have to defend together and you attack together.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody a move. We can't sit back and some man a move and some sit back and then when the man then get the ball, I just pressure. The little American man, hey, coach, I tell him a big last night till me have shame because I live in America and when I racing to see America beat Jamaica in a way.
Yeah.
Better than Mexico beat when
especially people who know who live over there.
Yeah, man, me hate when America beat Jamaica, brother. Yeah, but me I say, boy, we just I run, brother. We don't. Let me ask that question, coach.
Mm-hmm.
What do I do with East and Fleming and the field, you know? The two man look like a rock, man. Look like they can't. The man look slow. Fleming. East look like him sluggish. The man don't need to play no football for Jamaica, man. We are way better playing in Europe, brother.
Yeah, man.
All we have to do, brother, just get together as a team. Get together. And I know segregation about Europe. I want Jamaica go to England, go have them kids. So them are Jamaican. Brother, some people over here, when them have them kids, some of them don't even know nothing and much about Jamaica, but all them want to say them is Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
So I just now all of the program come there I listen, but to me here and it really burned me home.
Yeah.
Me feel last night. I have just word, brother.
All right, big up yourself, man. We ain't from Miami, right?
Yeah, man, Miami.
All right, big up the whole Miami.
Big up yourself.
So listen, Weird Nelson at the chat. Shabba that. Shabba, if I you just put a thumbs up now. And if I you big up yourself, Weird Nelson. Yeah, man. Just wait to see him put up in thumb, you know. Yeah, people, call them and express themselves, you know. It is just one of those things. Caller, good night. Welcome to the show. Hello? Caller, good night. All right, we're not hearing that caller. Call back, caller. We're not hearing you. US born Jamaican. Love the accent I got in JA from 14 years. All right, Guzman, big up yourself. Weird Nelson, Shabba. Like we here now. See if I'm a baller friend. Used to kick ball with. Big bad baller. All right, Neo say I take great players and bring them down. I know the players bad. It is the cast of clowns and the jokers that exploiting the nation's football. Jason Ferrance, Fisher, dancer, Aka, entertainer, Alvas, Quenga, Tapper. Hey, you see you, Jason? Hey, you're comic, you know. Jason the comedian. And so we have to start label Jason. Where's the fresh god? Jason a comic, man. I tell you. Hey, you know who would I love to call right now? Pink Watch Boss. Like we here we have to say. Pink Watch Boss, call the show. See the number there on the screen, Pink Watch Boss. Lloyd O'Connor is saying that Pink Watch Boss I call you go cuss, but him can't make up Pink Watch Boss call man and I go no foolish. You know say when I go back leave you know. All right, Eagle Republic, Coach Minzy. So we lose Damian Lowe for Sunday. Yes? And if Taxi gets a yellow card Sunday night, where's the coverage? A left back Fisher. Yeah, man, a Fisher go run around there, man. Or Javian Brown. Javian Brown can play on either wing. I wonder if a Pink Watch Boss is a card. Hello, welcome to the coach's desk.
Good night, coach's desk, man.
Yes, man, good night.
Yeah, man, the boy, they're not going good with the match, there, man. Can't believe how they are playing. Hello?
Yeah, man, we are listening. Yeah, talk, man. We are listening, man.
Yeah, man, they like how they are playing, man. You know how they have big man and Jay Grape on the bench and I bench them big man there.
Yeah.
Can't bench them big ball at them, man, and I bring out Java and Eve. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that even Fleming come in and I try to use muscle on the player there. And you can't matter to the man then. The man enough has very nice team, man.
But you know, I'm observing at the game, Carla. You see the first few minutes of the game, I think the US players were tentative now because the Jamaicans were kind of giving them some physicality.
Yeah.
And they were kind of tentative. But after a while, them realized, say, a joke thing.
Yeah. Me know, on top of him, like him come like him blind, because Albert Powell come like a weakling. Them take the Albert Powell wing like a chain.
But Carla, again, let me interject. Most of the teams that play Jamaica realize that we're weak on that side. And they constantly attack down that channel.
Yeah, and if them should have nullified that and try to stop that and change, where them are Javian Brown on all the bench? Look how them man they play week in and week out.
When you look at the goals they will score against with them, man, if I'm not through the middle, and from across, them drive through the middle, slip the ball wide, bam. Look at the goal they will score from Mexico, Costa Rica. No, check them, the people. We not make up a story, man.
True, man.
Go ahead, caller. Sorry to butt in, so. Oh, him, like him call Jack. Big up yourself, anyways. So we have 5 more minutes. 1 call to go. 5 more minutes. The panelists, they can jump on. They can jump on, panelists. Yeah, man. Because we know we have some things to talk about this. 1 point in 4. All right. This is the final call we're going to be taking, people. Caller, good night. Welcome to the show. Hello? Hello? We not hear that caller. Yeah. Caller, good night.
Yeah, good night, coach.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. What's up?
Yeah, man. One thing I was my youth, Tapper is not a good coach. Tapper can't coach star baller.
Caller.
I call from Hartford, Connecticut.
You call from Connecticut?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man.
Good, good.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yo, hey, wanna tell Love Yard footballer who are the pink watch boss now, man? Yeah, Ron, man, that might be the case. Caller, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, coach.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I just want to say, first, I'm not a big Tata fan, but the thing is, I've seen this over and over with Jamaican teams. We don't know how to keep possession. No matter how fit we are, we're not going to go anywhere if we cannot keep the ball or complete 10 passes. Count the times Jamaica made 10 consecutive passes yesterday. I wanted to rewatch the match and count it.
How many times we do it?
We made 10 consecutive passes.
I think about one part of the game, I said that in the first.
I haven't seen it. I didn't see it once.
Yeah, man, we see it at the early exchange of the game. We held on to the ball for about.
Okay.
Yeah, man. We have to talk the thing as well. We see.
Well, I didn't see it once, And another thing, the way how we take throws and back kicks tell you the intention of the coach or the coach playing style. We just throw the ball as further up as possible. We don't try to keep position. Them days they're done in a football. You can't even throw back the ball to the keeper. Start keep position. The aim of the game is to keep possession, right? You can throw back the ball and keep position. Rather than throwing up to the opposing team, they pass the ball, keep position, we have to run again. Right? That really upset me. After a while, I just stopped watching the match, because I couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
Back kicks again. Why we need to boot up them days they're done. And everybody needs to boot up.
But caller, you know why we think that happened? If you're not a ball possession team, that's gonna be difficult for you to do,
Yes, but you want to tell me that an 18-year-old way or whatever man him have more quality than anybody on our team? The man pass the ball calm. We have to you can't find quality players to put on the ball and pass it. We don't need one bag of people faring up and down. Once the ball can be put down and pass, right? It can't be we play a game and we have 20 at position, 30 at position. It don't make any sense. Unless we're going to be a team like Burnley. And if that we have to set up, you cannot set up in a 4-2-3-1 formation and not keep possession. Every team that does that is a possession-based team, right?
Yeah.
It's either it better you play a 3 or a 5 back or you play a 4-4-2, right? And just when you get the ball, like our Burnley play 4-4-2, you know, say, all right, you're going to be effective with possession. So you get it to the flanks and square, and you have two guys who are good in the backs and head and score, right? That's how it is. But you cannot play that formation and then go out there and cannot keep the ball.
Exactly.
And I don't think it has to do with the players that we have. I think it has to do with the coach's instruction, right? He's not telling the players to be brave. I watched Liverpool match other day with City. Liverpool a kick with the ball and me clap over there and say, hey, be brave, take the ball, pass the ball. Be brave. Right? Be brave. And I like say, man, no City have probably better quality passers. But the man I say, be brave. Lose it, make him a go score, but be brave. And one time Fabinho be brave and chip it over Gisela. You see what I say? So we have to be brave. We have to start play modern football. Them days of football are done. You can't miss it Panama. Them have more quality than we. But the man them pass the ball. They put down the ball and they pass it. They lose it. Yes, they lose it in dangerous position few times, but because we don't know what to do with the ball when we get it, we couldn't punish them. Continue with this, we're not going nowhere.
Yeah, man.
That's what I'm saying, you know. We just need to, if we are rebuild, but we need to have a system. If we're going to be a Burnley, let's be a Burnley. Let's be a Iceland. Them teams, they were pragmatic. We have to choose what we want to be.
Yeah.
Right? If you're going to be a Burnley, you cannot play a Maggie. You don't have space for a Maggie in a Burnley system. That type of football system. Them number 10 position, Maggie and my ball, I'm rating. But if you're going to play that type of football, you don't have them man, they would have probably have to depend on win. You get me, I say?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Solid comments.
Big up your channel. Make me rate your thing unbiased. Big up your thing.
Yeah, man.
When I say other channels no watch, it's like as a political thing, continue being, you know, honest and not political. Burn out who forget, burn out and big up who forget, big up respect.
All right, cool. Jack Quinn goes, man, big up yourself. JFF and Tapper out. Jamaica needs to possess the ball. Joke thing. A whole lot of pressure today. All right, so the call-in segment has ended, people. Big up to all the persons who took the time out to call in. Really appreciate it from all over the place. So one caller come in. So we are going to accept the call until the panelists jump on. Caller, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. To me, still, the best midfield, the best midfielder them is Ravel Morrison. And to me, they might try bank too much from Tyrek Maggie, and him still very young. Him still have a lot to me.
Yeah, but caller, is an 18-year-old US user on blank with yesterday, man. 18-year-old, you know, Ricardo Pepe, you know.
Yep. We know about Maggie not get enough playing time.
Right, so
they know.
But look here, Speedy Williams was not at the level that he was at. He got a lot of games in the Jamaica team, and the man improved his game considerably. So why, even if Maggie not playing in his club, give him some chance. He might be one of the most creative right now. Me say in the team.
To be honest, no one have time for really talk about chances. Right now, the best time for the proof players right now. Yes, chances will come, but to me, you go with the better players we have right now. And there's no way you should have left Ravel. We know so Ravel kind of outspoken more while and go overboard. We know so that player were kind of fiery. But to me, that should have been the last thing we should have ever done. The last thing period.
All right, sir.
And the next thing, one minute thing, this might be like an unpopular opinion to me with most people, but you see the wing back Amari Bell to me, if in position off the ball and on key position, he's better than Taxillary to me. And some people might not agree, but that's what me believe, to be honest.
We can't fight that one. The Uber versus the taxi. Truth. Yeah.
Yeah, may I tell you the truth? Because I'm watching even the games prior to this round. I mean, I'm seeing position off the ball, I'm looking on Taxi one. It's like Taxi caught in two minds. I mean, if the coach, he don't know when to go. Sometimes to go with the ball, him kind of hold back. So, it's everything just to me in a shambles. May I tell you the honest truth? But that was them thing I'm just saying, don't call in to say, big up yourself for love a program.
Yeah, man, respect our manners, man. Thanks for calling. Carla, good night. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Bless up, court.
Yeah, man. What say you?
Boy, man, tell a story. Like, me still recover from yesterday, Reggie. Because I leave work and I rush and come home to watch the game, man. I want to tell us that somebody lick my car in the back, mash up the back, and then they slap the person at the front,
I mash up to them car, and me I wait for the police, and the police now come. He call my insurance and tell us, can't wait, you know. So them tell me take the information, come tell us, I want to go watch a game. And I want to tell us, I come home to this big disappointment. No, me feel like, yo.
After all of that team, man.
But everything good still, and me not look forward to Sunday. But we are hope for the best. Yeah, I don't know. We still have to think about 2026. So let's see what can go on still. But me I come from Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, man. Big up to Florida, Orlando. All of my peeps them up at Orlando. Big up on yourself. All right, caller. Respect. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, man. I don't know what to say.
All right,
they
cool.
are really comments them.
All right, cool.
Yeah, man.
So there you have it. Commenters, commenters. Panelists, on jump on, man. Yeah, man. Say Stan Cranky here in the building, man. Stan Cranky.
How's it going, Coach?
Afternoon, good evening. How was your day?
My day was good enough. I'm not like some people. I don't cry about spilt milk. I look forward to the future. I don't cry about what I can't control. I only get concerned about what I can control. If I can't control it, then I can't worry about it. So not good what transpired yesterday, but it is what it is. We gotta go to the next game, which is Sunday.
Yeah. Everybody asks me who named Pink Watch Boss and Cranky.
Yeah?
We can't believe people don't know. Westland, I don't know who named Pink Watch Boss. People, Claudine in our Florida, you know. Big up yourself, Claudine. Whole for Floridians in the building. Big up on yourself.
So I see a thing here that says Nicholson always starts for me. That's Joaquin. I wonder, Joaquin, can you elaborate as to why that would be the case? So, Coach, what we haven't done on this program, Coach, we haven't broken down each player, their attributes. What are their strengths and what are their weaknesses? What do they do well? Because I see in a lot of programs, I was watching IMAX today for a little bit. Manning's man did a good job today. He had Butler on. And I was dying, and I saw you get on there too, but I was working, so obviously. And shut up. I'm not give up my job for now. YouTube and shut up. I'm sorry to tell you. I give me a hard time. I'm not come on YouTube when I work for them. But anyway, I was dying to get on the program because I had a bunch of questions for Butler actually.
Yeah.
He was pontificating quite a bit on the program, and that's all good. He has good ideas, but he also has some challenges. But I think what I struggle with is, and JD does this, and other panelists, a lot of YouTubers does this, which is they talk about the stats as the stats is the only criteria you can use to judge the game. So here's the question, Coach. Does the stats capture if you don't drag a player out of position? Does the stats capture you don't close down this space? Does the stats capture if you don't track back as quickly as you should?
No, not every one of these stats. The stats that we use are the scouting report sites that we use. They don't show you those stuff.
They're quantifiable stats. They're not capturing the more subjective things, the more qualitative things.
Right.
They capture the more objective, quantitative things. There's a lot of things that go into a game. So the stats are not the be-all, end-all. Yes, they're important. But I struggle when I hear some of these people analyzing these games, and I'm watching the game. Like last night, I'm crying out to say Watson doesn't have, at 25 minutes, he was done. He was walking. And I just watched the goals again. I just watched replay on ESPN2 and the goals again. And they were actually simple goals, you know. They weren't complex goals. Musa driven on the left, right, all by himself, played the ball out wide. The cross coming, we have 7 people in the box. Low, as he normally does, missed the header. Ball goes in the goal. The next goal from the left with Robinson, plays the ball out wide. As usual, either Avas doesn't call for help or doesn't know how to cover. The ball coming in the box, where's Mariappa? He's running behind the man. How can he be running behind the forward? Doesn't make any sense to me. It's simple goals. They had other chances. So it does beg the question. I know the first thing people want is the coach to be fired. Get rid of the coach. And we're not advocating for the coach. But this is bigger than the coach. I mean, the coach is not helping himself. And the coach probably should not be in the media, frankly, because I always wanted to speak more because one transparency. He doesn't do the best job, frankly. When he gets asked a question, he really ever answers the question. at least with the clarity that we're looking for. So that makes it very, very difficult. But look, the problem starts at the JFF. We have said that ad nauseum. It trickles down to the coach. And to me, the biggest thing is I don't think we have the quality, and I've said this numerous times, the quality that we need to compete at the level we need to compete. And as you said on the program, which is you must split a bunch of kids, and little kids running around out there having fun. The world is their oyster. They're just having fun out there, and we have grown men and they're struggling. So, MPEC, good night. I don't want to dominate the conversation. How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, good night. Good night to you too. Good night, coach.
Big up yourself, MPEC. More and challenge you on a game of chess,
Yeah, so I'm happy to be here tonight. Yes, as you know that we are back to school, plus we had some lockdown and stuff, so I had, business to take care of, so.
Quit the job, man. I would say quit the job and come on YouTube and do things. Don't worry about no job and no money. But good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, man. Thanks. 1 point from 4 games. Wow.
Yeah, Neo. Sorry, go ahead, Impact. You were saying. Sorry, I was going to respond to that.
Yeah, I said 1 point from 4 games. That is terrible. That's a terrible start. The question is, can we bounce back from this? If we don't win the next 2 games, I don't see us qualifying for the World Cup at all. So we have to win the next 2 in this cycle.
Yeah, I think my name's Man. I'll let you speak. Good night. How are you doing?
Stand cranky. You dodge.
Dodge. Man is Man. You know me as a dodger. Man is Man. I have to be gainfully employed. I have bills to pay. I can't put my employee go see me on YouTube. Are you crazy?
The word fire is going around these days. I was telling you that.
Fire burn for the unemployed. Man, unemployed business.
But I don't know what we were going to talk about this evening.
I was dying.
Is it the players, the coach, the JFF, or all 3? Like because we can't have one. Man. We can't have one show for all 3. We just have to pick one out of the 3 and deal with.
Wait, I got too much.
Yeah, come
Yeah, well, I don't disagree with your management. It's all 3. I mean, it's the JFF first because they're the ones who are decision makers. They're the ones who have to generate the resources. They're the ones who set the standards, right? They're the ones responsible for all of this. They're the ones for picking the coach can't pick himself, Don't keep talking about Tapa fire. Tapa can't pick himself. Tapa doesn't hire himself. And Tapa, don't fire yourself, Tapa. You hear me? Don't fire them. Fire you and you pay you. Don't fire yourself. Don't get no pride. You get fire yourself. And based on what I've heard from you, you've decided not to do so, which is smart. The players are culpable, because they're the ones that they're performing. That's what the coach has done. So we can pick any one of those 3, but as you're saying, all 3 are equally culpable.
All right. So let me, because I hear you talking about, I'll talk about the players, right? Because there are some things the coach have to take responsibility for. There are something the administration have to take responsibility for. All right? No, there are some things the players have to take responsibility for. All right? And so let's look at the game, and Cranky made a point. If you look at that first goal that we conceded, we started the first half, right? And the USA were high pressing us. In football, they're not going to press you all game. They backed off, and then the JFF came into the game. The Reggae Boyz came into the game. It wasn't that we were playing well enough. It's just that the Americans stopped high pressing because they couldn't continue pressing all game. We came into the game a little bit. McGee tried a shot. They put somebody close to McGee, and they took back the ascendancy. All right? Now, Javon Watson is tired. Like from 20 minutes. He made a tackle, and he could not get back up on his feet. Go back and watch it. He hacked down the man, and he couldn't get back up. That's an indication that we didn't even manage the game. Well, I'm thinking, like, why didn't somebody go down injured so somebody can come on and check on Javon Watson, give him some water, probably get some, they probably have some oxygen pumps because it is COVID time, pump some oxygen into the man's system and see if we could get some. I don't know. All right. So second half, because people talk about we had a good first half. People, let us not fool ourselves. Here's what happened. America had a bad first half. Jamaica did not have a good first half. The Americans weren't clinical enough. The second half started, they were going to press us. We knew that. The first goal happened because Shamar, McGee, all of these guys went high up the field, keeping a high line and pressing. All right? They went up there and pressed. They broke the press. Watch the goal again, Cranky. You're absolutely right. Went down the left. We had 7 players in and around the 18-yard box, plus the goalkeeper. The Americans had 2 players in the box, and they won the header. How did that happen? They have 2 players in the box. We have 7 players plus the goalkeeper. That is not a coach problem.
Man is man. By the way, man is man. The 2 players were open.
Yeah, we had 7 players and a goalkeeper, and the Americans had 2 players in the box, and both players were open, coach. Is that a coaching issue or a GFF issue? Or is that players on the field either not communicating?
Manning's man, Cub Scout. These are the same players that will die for the coach. And they did not exhibit that sort of behavior.
Hey, that's not theme on that for the coach. That's not theme. This theme, man, is a theme.
This coach means a joke, I don't know. You can die for me. Listen,
but that's what Whitmore said, though.
That's what he said. But
not for the coach, but they would die on the field. Not for the coach, but they would die on the field for the country.
Yeah, and what I saw was some players who weren't playing like they would do that as the coach asserted. You understand?
I don't understand how 7 players, like Cranky said. Listen, remember, let me ask you this, Cranky. Who plays on the right side of Jamaica's defense?
Well, last night the 3 right players were Alvas.
In the center back role.
Alvas, Low, Alvas, Reed, and Speedy are the ones who play on the right. So when it's a defense, to me, they're all defense.
In the back 4,
in the back 4 is Damien and Alvas who plays over there. Yeah.
Right.
And they're always open. You're always open over there because they always make mistakes.
Watch the goal again. Where did the square come in from? The left side, right?
Yeah.
Where did Damien Lowe miss the header?
Damien was ahead of the player. He
wasn't in the center.
And Albus was beside Damien on the right side of Damien.
All right. Yeah. Coach, you know this. You shift, right? So that means where was Mariappa then? If Damien Lowe is in the center, where was Mariappa?
I think Mariappa was further left than Damien.
Yeah.
Watson was at the end of the key because Watson didn't run back. I was watching through that whole sequence. Right? Speedy was close to Mariappa. Because they're trying to cut the pass off, but they weren't close to the player to cut the pass off. So what you have to do is then look to who to mark because you can't get to the player wide.
Exactly. So exactly, Cranky. So what is Damien Lowe never needed to go for the header? Or he's not aware of what is around him. The captain is there, right? The goalkeeper. You should see the runner. Who tracking the runner? Track the runner. Damien, man coming. Obviously there was no talking.
But Mannings, a better scenario in that, is that Alvas Paul was behind the header.
To see the play.
Exactly. Why didn't he run and intercept that play, or at least challenge the player so that he would not get a clear header? So Damian Lowe missed the header, but the player was sandwiched between or flanked by Lowe and Alvas. So Alvas should have covered for Lowe. He went up for the header and missed. Alvas should have gone and challenged.
Because he should have now become the centre back. Because if Damien is going to go for the header, somebody must be a centre back, which should have been Alvas or your D-mid. All right? Now, the coach can't come on the field and do that. So there's something wrong mentally with these players. Either they have something else on their mind, or their knowledge of the football is not where it ought to be at this level. It's the same thing America did for the second goal. The only thing this time is that the ball was on the ground instead of in the air. Down the flank, knock it in. Everybody out of position. Everyone is out of position.
So no, I'm watching again. No, the US had 4 people in the box actually. 2 were very close. We had 8 people eventually in the box. Mariappa and Speedy were very close because they were trying to get over to Musa, but they weren't close enough to Musa. And he placed the ball wide to Ariella, who then crossed it. So eventually what happened was, yes, we initially had 2 people in the box, but US initially had 2, but 2 additional persons came in the box. But we weren't marking anyone. We weren't close to anyone at all.
But what I saw what happened in a cranky. US, the attack was really slick and fast, you know.
Yeah.
Played it from the back up to half line. That player drive to the half line. Speedy came in front to close down the space. The player played it back in the middle to Musa, and Musa drove the ball forward because Speedy was out of position. Nobody stepped to Musa. Speedy had to turn and chase Musa. When Speedy turned and chased him, the ball was slipped outside.
Whereas Javon
was coach, nobody is close to the man on the outside. He's only a man guard out there.
Yeah,
the person out wide would look like Robinson. I'm not sure it was Ariella. No, it's Des actually. Nobody was close to him. Not within 10 yards of him, frankly. And in fact, we had 3 people on the edge of the box, right?
Javon Watson is in the D. Javon Watson is in the D at the top of the 18. Look at him. He's standing right in the D because he was coming out of the center circle, and he should have trapped.
Man, in my trap back, but in my trap back slowly.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He should have gotten into the box because he's in the D. What is he doing? He wasn't picking up anybody, but he was right in the vicinity. I don't know.
You can see this? That's a freeze for him. Is it a freeze for him?
There you go. He's right in the. There you go, Crank. He's right in the D.
You see all the players? That's a freeze for him, right? You can see all the players there. We have a lot of players back there. They had about 4 players eventually got in the box.
Yeah. And the man that made the cross was free. I can just arrive from.
To be frank, Alvas had about 2. Well, Alvas and Lowe had their man. They just didn't glance at all. When the ball was played out wide, they didn't glance at the man at all.
That is why, because what happened, Coach, means you're right. The issue was that Devon Williams had to do his job and Javon's job. So when he's doing Javon's jobs, Javon didn't go to fill the space that Speedy would have been filling. That is why they had. That is why they had those. They have the double team in the box there because he should have gone back in there, almost like a third center back in there. If you notice in the game against Mexico, one of the things that Anthony Grant did is you saw him winning a lot of balls right on the edge of the box because he became that third center back that when the defense shifted, he filled that space on the inside. We never had that for any of the goals because Speedy had to be doing too much chasing in the middle of the park. And that is why I'm saying why the coach didn't just change. I mean, thank you, Haka. Man, Jamaica. Listen, if he had done that, Jamaica would have said, boy, if they never take off Haka. Because would have said, when Haka was on, Nilla, you left the man on and further diminished the man's career.
So man, there were quite a few people who said Haka played well last night in the chat.
Huh? He played well.
No, they said I actually said somebody asked, well, who replaced him? And I said anybody. Play with 10. At least me knows about an space where you take up. I basically said you can go check the feed. I said play with 10 people, or go put Javon Brown in his position, or put Reed in his position. Take him off the field because what I realized in the 22nd minute, somewhere around there, a ball was played over his head to the left because I think Taxi was inside. He must have time couldn't even turn. He played well. Fresh guard. Hey, Fresh guard, I don't know which Fresh guard. Go watch it here. Fresh guard. If you in the US, it's on ESPN2 Fresh guard. Go watch it.
I don't hear anybody saying
man walk out the game.
No, man.
No, they did.
No, Cranky. No, but Fresh guard is repeating what Manning said. He played in a well.
Oh, he played no well.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Fresh guard. I'm slow. I missed it. Okay, I missed it.
Yeah, man,
I missed that important word. One word. It's like a comma. You missed the whole sentence.
He played in
well. Yeah. No, He played a quicksand.
He couldn't get out. Yeah, it's a quicksand. He couldn't get out. He couldn't get out. I'm telling you. So my point is, like, who said he played well? If you said he played well, why you think Maggie looked so bad? Why did you think Maggie wasn't his best, you know? But because Watson was so poor, it affected Maggie. It affected him.
Yeah, man, I think the problem with Maggie is this. First of all, we know Maggie doesn't play any defense, like any defense. And it shows up in the game, especially when you don't have possession. I think for Maggie also is, in a game like this, where you only have, 36% possession, Maggie needs to touch the ball a lot, right? Because his passing accuracy is pretty good. I think he's over 90%. He needs to touch the ball a lot, and he needs to touch the ball going forward. You only got one ball in dangerous position.
Yeah.
So, sorry, don't throw the ball into him. He was able to turn, and he took that shot, right? And he had options to play it out wide. But if he doesn't get to touch the ball a lot, then he's not going to be in the game because he doesn't play. He's not going to work and get it back and win the ball back. He needs to touch the ball frequently, and you can't do that when you can't have possession, when you can't maintain possession.
Listen, let me tell people something. Because I see Teddy Lee saying that Haka played well, had a good game in the first half. Listen, people, all right? I don't know if, here's how football is. You can be on the field, and because the game ends 0-0, it don't mean that you were playing good.
Exactly.
All right? So not because we didn't concede, mean that Haka never had one pass that created an opportunity. He never broke up one play that I don't know. How do you measure good play in the first half? That's what I want you to explain to me. What did Haka do to constitute a good first half? That's what I want somebody to tell me.
So should we pivot a little bit? Here's what we probably should consider doing, which is, should we analyze each player, right, and how they played? Because we don't want to make this a Haka. Because Haka took the hit because he came out of retirement, so I'm going to call it. And he tried to play, and he did his best. And he tried, so we shouldn't totally knock him. But we should analyze each player. It's only fair that we start off with the goalkeeper and then work our way up to Nicholson. Good night, Richard.
Good night, Crunk. Good night, panelists.
Listen, and this is not this Richard.
Night, Richard.
This is not my.
Good night.
Listen, I did say that the man has done well. I did say he's supposed to play. So follow me. I'm not saying that he should not get any game. I am saying that the man was tired. All right. So for you to say he had a good game is a different thing. You cannot play 20 minutes of the game and tired for 25 and call that a good game. That's below average in terms of the time of the game. I want us to understand that. If the referee had given, we must call the people of Grenada and give them a big applause. We should love Grenadians and get them to come and play in our Premier League.
That's true.
If the referee had given, rightfully so, the red card to Kemar Lawrence in the 20th second of the game, none of us could have argued.
So, my next man, I have a question for you. Who caused that situation to occur? Who was the primary culprit in that play, that whole scenario?
Alvas Powell, who played the whole team onside. The team
I don't think. Well, was it Alvas who rushed in and couldn't really get? Was it Alvas who rushed in?
No, well, but they set the half side, but he was deep. But then Haka was a part of the problem. But Alvas actually played everybody onside. If you watch it again, because it looked, I assume that they were playing high press.
They were playing high press, yeah.
Right, so he was deeper than everybody else. So that's how the player broke away on that side, and Lawrence had to chase back.
Where was Damien?
Well, normally when we're defending, it's very hard to find Damien.
A man marking for 2 goals, and the man marking was very, very, very poor. Right? I don't
He's a defender, man. Sorry, MP. He's a defender, man. But give me, it's hard to find him defending. He's a defender. He's head of state.
Guzman said Aka fried after 20 minutes. A deep frying it. A walking deep line midfield, a joke thing.
CD, point of order.
Yeah, man.
Man, can you help educate me? We're never too old to learn. Can you please give clarification on that sentence you just made regarding Mr. Damian Lowe being hard to find in a defensive situation, please?
Okay, so let me explain. All right, you know that. So let me give you one. Well, he's the head of state, right? They call him head of state, right? Head of the bad state that we are in right now. So maybe that's what it means. He's head of the bad state that we are in. But
Let me stop you. When do you have your sermons broadcast? You broadcast your sermons because I have to come on your church, man. I have to come on your church. I have to come on your sermon.
No, I'm going to answer you, Richard. But you know that the fall that are. Let me give you an example. I said this, coach, when we played in the Gold Cup, that good coaches, they at the A-level license, you are part of the training in A-level coaching is how to beat systems and analyze game to beat. That's it. That's one of the higher level of coaching. They don't teach. They teach you how to beat people. That's how you get the qualification. They will tell you that at the pro level. All right. I said to you in the Gold Cup on one of the streams that Damian Lowe, one of the better defenders in Jamaica, made the Gold Cup team. So we're not dismissing his quality. He has a way of whenever he has the ball, he holds on to it and he always try to cut it, like what we call chop or cut or come. He always try to pretend like he's going to kick it on the right, put it on his left, beat a player, dribbles up, and then he passes it. All right. He lost the ball in the middle of the park doing that when we were high. And he had to chase back and foul the player. And they got, some people said it wasn't a foul, some said it was a foul. It was very questionable. I understand. I would not have given him a red card. He did that. The same play that Cranky made. Damian Lowe, good defender, but here's what he likes to do. He likes to win the ball. Paolo Maldini says this. If you have to tackle, you are already bad defensively. Because good defenders are not good because they like to go into tackles. They are good because they're always in the right place at the right time. I find that Damian Lowe likes to tackle. He likes to win the ball instead of being possessionally correct. So what you find, if balls are played in channels, he's normally out of position, Richard, because he's always seeking to win the ball instead of playing in a defensive formation. That makes sense?
You should get out your notepad because I think man is actually making sense. So I get my notepad out to jot down these things. Keep on talking, man. Get my notepad out. So you're making a lot of sense in terms of educating about how this works.
Yeah, he likes to win the ball. And I mean, you have to do that when you're not the lead defender. You cannot want to win the ball if you're playing with Mariappa who is slower than you. You have to, you remember back in the days, you used to have like a Mark Hagler Wilson playing for Reno. And what they would do is say, Mark Hagler Wilson, bust a tackle. Because either he's going to win the ball or the player is going to kick it so far that Linval Wilson would sweep up and collect it. What Damian Lowe needs to do is to stay well positionally. Mariappa is slower. You can't have Mariappa covering you. He's too slow. He's too slow. Watch the game again, right? Watch where he was on the second goal. Look where Lowe is on the second goal. He always seemed to be out of position because he goes to win the ball too much. Stan Kroenke can tell you about a player called Per Mertesacker. He's very slow. And Arsenal ended a Premier League season with the best defensive record with Per Mertesacker.
Why?
Because he didn't have to win a tackle. All he had to do was to point Koscielny and everybody else where to go in the defense. He directed traffic. We don't have that in our defense.
Yeah.
And that is why we keep conceding. There's no leader in the defense.
So the coach was right. We have a defensive problem. So you have to give him 1 point for that.
Come in, CD. Come in, CD. CD, I smelt something cooking. Lord of mercy. Let me keep it down. The wife
Keep it down. Keep it down. Keep it down.
Always know.
So you're gonna read out the comment here, coach.
God.
Panelists.
Yeah, man. Panelists and my coach Minzy. What do you think of getting rid of Tapper now, and then put Mr. Speed as assistant coach and Craig Butler as head? If Mr. Speed becomes the coach, he has to resign his position as the head of the technical, right? Will he take up the job as coach? And he also probably would have to defer some of the duties at Cavalier.
Huge conflict of interest there, coach. I don't support that.
That's wishful thinking, isn't it?
MPEG.
But I will support Craig Butler 100%.
Why are you supporting Craig Butler? He's just a divisor. I saw him at Man's Man today. He's a very divisive person.
That's wishful thinking.
I want Man's Man. I was dying to come on your program today, but my work was more important than I come on your program. But I was dying to have a button question. He's the same one talking about English-based players, just like Tapa is. He's no different. He's divisive. So no matter what he wants to promote himself to be coach, because that's what he's doing. He's advocating to be coach. He's just as divisive as everybody else.
Panelists.
I said hell no. Not even.
You know what I think. You know what I think.
But what are the options though, Stan?
You have a lot of options.
Sorry?
You have a lot of options. Miguel Cole.
He was there at some point before. What did he do really to impress us?
Yeah, but he was assistant and he would have gone overseas and he would have improved his game. You know, say working with Schaefer, he came on this show and he said that he has been working closely with the whole analytics, video analytics of the game. And of course, he was studying as well to ensure that he gets educated in his craft. So, I mean, Miguel Cole is one of those astute coaches, one of those coaches that think the game, that makes critical decisions in game. Like what we see the shortcoming of our coach whenever it comes on to making decisions in terms of changes, making critical adjustments, make some bold step. Even if the fans don't like it, at least you try. To move them from the position and put them under there. Most times the changes that are made are just like changes. Like for like.
Are Jamaica overrated?
No. In what?
Well,
in football. The football national squad. I joined you guys with the Gold
Which Jamaica are you
Cup.
talking about? The holistic Jamaica or the local Jamaica?
Well, you know, easy, Crank. Look here. let me break it down straight out. Listen, the Jamaican national team, that Gold Cup, coach, I spoke with you and put it to you that a refund could be asked for. I also suggested that this team, man for man, are not a given and a lock-in to defeat the likes of a second-class America and a second-class B- C+ Mexican team. Things are playing out at the moment here that suggests to me that the Jamaican players, this squad, are not necessarily up to it. There's quality in spits and bobs, but they're not up to it. That's not a detriment to them because they've got talent and they've got ability. The possession, the lack of possession ability, ball retention, it's really an indictment. But I find it fascinating that if you can't listen, if I was a neutral, totally neutral, and I was watching a game of football and I saw a team that seemed limited against another team that had ball possession, were creating opportunities, and looked as someone like America looked, I'd be able to call a spade a spade. I was really excited at the prospect of the likes of the Mason Holgates, the Mari Gray. Listen, Jamaica's got a crop of talent. The diaspora's got a crop of talent.
So it's not overrated.
Well, so can I say something?
Semblance of order.
No. So here's the thing.
I'm
so
talking
if you combine the Paul Hall team and the Whitmore team is not
Hey,
overrated.
listen, man. There's no Parallel team and there's no Whitmore.
So no, wait, hold up, coach, hold up. Let me say this.
Yeah.
When they ask the wait, two things. When they ask the coach a question, and you said this, the coach say one set of players would die for him, locally born. The other set not committed. Here's the second point. Was interesting. They asked the question about did he speak to Antonio. He said Paul Hall is the one who handled the English players.
Yeah,
there
but
are two teams.
No, but Cranky, if Paul Hall is the British, is from Britain and he handles that, I think Whitmore specifically. Well, on Cranky.
Is that delegating?
I think Whitmore specifically got Paul Hall so that he can weave his way in luring and communicating with these English players. Are you saying, Cranky, then that whenever it's time for football training on the training pitch, Paul Hall the over north to one team and Whitmore the south to one team? No. And are you gonna say that he doesn't communicate with them? No, I don't agree, Cranky.
So, coach, let me say this, coach. Coach, let me tell you something, coach. If you're gonna play for a team, you're based in England. You're gonna play for the team. Who you want to talk to? The assistant coach or the coach? Who you prefer call? You want to talk? Who will pick the team? The assistant coach or the coach? Is it Bielsa who doesn't speak English? Why you need somebody else to talk to those players, or do you speak the same language?
When you go to that level, then you are making a big point. Because for me, of course, the head coach should be calling the players, but he's using what is called delegation.
No, but you can't delegate authority, coach. You can't do that unless you own it, unless you're accountable for it. He's basically telling you the English players are not his responsibility. That's Paul Hall. He's the one who communicates.
No, I think you misinterpreted what he said, Stan. All right.
They actually spoke to Antonio.
All right, let me clarify something.
I'm not misinterpreting that. Did you speak to Antonio? No, that's what Paul Hall, that's what his job is.
What was the context in reference of? Remember the
All
question.
right, let me clarify something a bit. All right. Jamaica don't really have a particular system, but we play football a certain way. English players are players who were born in England. They grew up in a particular system. So having a mix of a local base coach and a UK based coach would help to bond both worlds, so to speak, because Paul Hall will understand the UK system better, so he'll be able to relate to those players.
I think so.
Right. So it doesn't mean that they have two different training or two different players. It just means it should just mean both coaches help to combine the best of two both worlds, so to speak.
Well on Cranky. MPEC, the point is solid. I think that in terms of the question that was asked, it was placed in context. I think it was contextual, right? But the point that Cranky make is a super point. Reason being, you are the head coach. You are supposed to be engaging your players. So that simply means the man them are going to have more affiliation with a particular coach because that's the coach that you talk to more. Watch it there, Marlins, man. I heard Craig have one.
I thought the TV dropping. I thought the TV just give up.
I'm nervous.
So if the man constantly talk to these players, they are going to be more afraid to him. And they're going to want to be talking to him. Even though when they come over to training, they are following instructions from the head coach. But as the head coach, you're supposed to attack your player them, even outside of match time. Why me can't call and talk to your player them? Me hear a little rumor there, you know. Say the man never want to talk to the player and the player was livid. Oh, I know my head coach attack to me.
But coach, that's basic 101. That's man management. You want to talk to the coach. You want to talk to the coach strategy. And impact. This thing about systems, players in England grew up in academies. Every academy don't adapt and play the same system. This is a misnomer about systems and who plays where. They all grew up in different academies.
They know
and
their
this academy
role.
may employ their own system.
They know their role, Cranky. That's the thing. So
yeah, but we're talking about system. But I was talking about system today, which is like style of play. The difference between, yes, in England, they teach you about defensive positioning and offensive positioning, how to move up the ball. We all agree with that. That's not system of play. We are overemphasizing this whole concept of system. I hear Butter talking about it today, about him play the ball right first, then play left, then you play it wide. And I'm sitting there shaking my head saying, I'm not sure you're teaching that to, but I'm not buying that. Sorry, not buying that. Football is not that complicated. It's not rocket science. It's actually a simple game, which is becoming more complex. So people are trying to get more ingenious and more inventive in terms of how they play. But the fundamentals are still the same. Still the same.
Crunk, I've yet to hear, you've alluded to it, but I've yet to hear a definitive answer regarding, is the Jamaican team overrated? When I keep watching games, I've yet to see the full game. I saw the 2 goals scored from America. Can we give plaudits to America? This young man, Ricardo, is it Pepe? 2 lovely goals. He was like a bozer, in the right place at the right time. Simple finish, lovely lead up play by the Americans on the left and the right for both goals. And those were goals that if Jamaica scored, I'd say, yeah, now we're playing. And I thought it was these kind of actual goals that we were going to be seeing if we have the creme de la creme of Jamaican diaspora talent on show. Back to the question, is Jamaica overrated? The way the Americans scored those 2 goals on the clips that I saw, I liked what I saw. I would love to see Tyreek McGee. I would love to see the Reeds and the Roofs and every Jackman go out and enjoy themselves and express themselves. Give me the ball, me go left, me go right. Beat a player, cut the ball in. You make sure you're lighter in the box, make the run, time your run, put a strike in. It doesn't look like simple play on the part of Jamaica. This ball possession business is, and the lack, how many times did they give the ball away? I watched the watch along. I was stuck, by the way, in a watch along. I couldn't get out. But then, listen, but irrespective of that, can you please explain to me, if it's such a simple game, why are Jamaican national players not popping the ball around in their own way? Or is this the way they like to play? And we are where we are. I'd like to know. Fun and joke aside, I'd like to know what a go on.
So Richard, let me put it back to you, Richard. Do you think that the team is overrated?
Yes.
Why?
Because of the results, the way they play, the eye test, and the results. This shows me that this current squad, and when I say this current, from the get-go, we've had the games, and as they progress, I've wanted to see the players take command of certain games with their knowledge and skills and understanding. And watch this though. This is not a given. There's plenty of room for this to still turn around, because familiarity doesn't breed contempt. Familiarity can breed confidence. I don't believe this campaign is over as we speak. I don't believe it is. We've now got the Canadian game coming up at the office, and I'm expecting a fully committed performance. I'm expecting nothing less than a performance that brings at least a point and a lifeline to this campaign. But when we keep on harking on at Jamaica this and Jamaica that, and having a go at Tapper and the players, if they've got the ability to shine in this octagonal tournament, why shouldn't they shine? We saw them at the Gold Cup, a different squad, but many of the same players that we've seen here. They didn't win the Gold Cup. They didn't make the final. I think they looked better than they do now. You could tell me if you disagree. But I don't now put a whole heap of pressure on them to say, yeah, you guys are the best around. El Salvador are going to test Jamaica. Panama are going to continue to test Jamaica. The Canadians are coming. We're going to see what's going to happen. Do you really think Jamaica are going to beat Canada? Let's test the waters. I mean, Canada aren't world beaters. Let's see. What do you make of them?
So we gotta go back to the question. Before we answer that question. We're going from one question to the next. So I don't know what the team is. When we say Jamaica overrated, which Jamaica are we talking about? The entire collection of 60 plus or 70 plus players, or the current 23 that we have right now? What are we talking about in terms of that contingent that we're saying we're overrated or underrated, frankly?
Look at the 23.
No, but 23 is not the pool of players, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but nobody. Richard.
Do I want the 60 or the 23? I say the 23. Can you answer the question?
Richard.
Yes, man is man.
All right, but everyone, as far as I know, everyone said that this 23 was not a good 23. So the question is answered. Nobody said that.
And it can't be an overrated team when it's not the best team.
Yeah, everybody said this is not our best team, so it can't be overrated.
We have never had the full contingent of players available for any game so far in any of those 4 games. We won't have it for the 6 games. We will not have the full contingent to select from to say, you know what? Yes, this is the complete set of players that we have, the 23 that we want. All the 23 available players, they're all available to play, and we can pick the best 11 from the 23. We haven't had that.
So the squad is.
So you can't answer the question the way it's been framed because you haven't had the players to choose from to say, here's the best 23 players.
So
you may never have them. Bailey has not been available. We don't have Moore available. We don't have Antonio available. There's a bunch of players who haven't come for this trip, haven't come for the entire tournament so far.
You know what? I'm putting this to you because we're reasoning, and trust me, I love Jamaica and I love the current crop that we have. I believe the talent is there to compete. What I'm finding though is because I remember, actually, let's rewind and go back to what I said initially months ago. This situation where we have a cacophony, a feast of Jamaican talent, which would only increase with Cataract producing fantastic databases of Jamaican talent. It's outstanding, but it's both a blessing and a potential problem because uniting the team on various levels, physically getting them available to play together, mentally getting them able to be in tune with each other. These are going to be problems and challenges that will not be easily overcome no matter who the coach and who the organization is. It's a challenge as well as a potential issue. You said Antonio. It reminded me, this whole situation reminded me, for example, of like school days. We'd play some games at school against other teams, and we might get beaten 2-0, 3-0, 3-1. And then we'd say, you know what? We've got Andrew, it would be a different matter if Andrew or Kenneth was on our team, he's our best player, but he wasn't there. So it's one of those things. That as day follows night, we would have that player there. But if he was available, there's no guarantee that anything would happen. So we can't wait for a perfect storm. Antonio was in the Panamanian game. He was at the office and they lost 3-0.
And Richard, your analogy is way off. What you're saying, Richard, we had a bunch of English players in Jamaica and a bunch of Jamaican players who played in Mexico and played in Costa Rica. You're comparing apples and oranges. We have never had the full squad together. It's like you talk about Arsenal, for example. You're an Arsenal fan. Yes. We didn't have Gabriel. We didn't have White for one game. We didn't have Tamiyaso. When all the players come back, did you see a team playing? You brought in 4 new players into the team and it changed the whole dynamics of the team. That's a good analogy to make. So let's get the entire squad together. Let's pick the best 23, then pick the best of them. Then you can say, you know what, they're overrated.
All right. So let me say this, coach, right? Richard, when you finish, you're gonna have to cover me. But
I'll cough you.
Hey, I'm not kinky, so watch it. I don't know handcuffing business.
What kind of handcuff are you using? You using that word and the people don't know what cacophony means.
Cacophony. Man is man. Let me just say to everyone in the chat, which is this. In today's environment, it's like when you and I grew up, Manning's man. When we have to go to the library, go figure out what the word means. You just go on your iPhone and you figure it in 2 seconds. You don't have to know what the meaning is. You can learn a new word every day. And if Richard is here, you're going to learn 2 every day.
Cacophony, people.
You can learn it if you know how to spell it.
Cacophony. Yeah, cacophony.
CACOPHONY.
Coach Ridley, go check it out. Put out the me, Coach Ridley. But let me say this, right, Richard? We will not be able to rate the team until all the let me say, not all, but 95 of the 95% of what is expected from the administrative side, minimum, is in place. That's one thing that is needed. And the full complement of players, meaning the best group of players for any given game is selected and spend some time together. And that may be 2 full days or 3 full days. Then we can say this team has no chance. I don't think as fans, one, we have seen our best group of players. We have seen good enough from the coach, and administratively, I don't think the team has been given the best environment to produce its best.
That's pretty straightforward, man.
Yeah.
Because even leading up to some of the practice games and all of this is pure foolishness. Players not reach for flight, this, that, game cancel. A whole lot of things surrounded the build up to Gold Cup. And I think that was in preparation as well for the World Cup qualifier. So everything was off. Players not coming, passport not sort out, this, that, a whole heap of garbage.
I agree with that. And frankly, Richard, if I was to pick my team based on who's available, only 2 or 3 people get into this team that played yesterday.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying, Richard. If I were, and the same thing, Cranky, I feel like from the team that played yesterday, probably Blake and Lowe would start.
Guys, I'm not sure if
Lowe starts anymore for me.
I join you guys soon. I'm still at training.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
all right, big up Devon.
All right. So the point is, Richard, and I'm talking just the players who have played. Like if Mikel Antonio, Leon Bailey, Ethan Pinnock, Ravel Morris, Anthony Gray,
Grant Stewart. There's a bunch of
players. Anthony Gray? Who is Anthony
Gray? It's a new person. You've heard of him?
Anthony Grant. Sorry. So I am saying, Richard, if we had those from the team that played yesterday, maybe I don't even know, because let me. I think Coach Miller was saying this earlier. Let me give you an example, Richard. I think how we play, it doesn't give Shamar the best opportunity to be even his best. And let me tell you why, right? If he's going to start, he's not the best player at holding up the ball.
Man.
Though he's big and tall, he can't hold up the ball, because holding up the ball is not just being big, it's being smart. So Anthony Gray, kind of funny. Do you know that Anthony Gray can hold up the ball?
Anthony Grant.
AG, just say AG.
Andre Gray, sorry.
Andre
Gray can hold up the ball better than Shamar Nicholson, though he's a shorter player. And I think sometimes how we play for these long balls, for Bowser to hold up, I don't think that is his strength. I think his strength is playing balls where we can hustle and bustle and bounce off defenders and score. And somehow,
take a step back. So what are the 5 or 4 criteria you think main criteria a striker should have in their repertoire? What are the 4 or 5 key things they need to have in their repertoire?
As a striker?
Yes.
I mean, you have to have good, I think you have to have good, one, you have to have good, your first, as a striker, that's the one place, your first touch must be important, right? Your ability to run the channels, like the different runs, the loop run, the channel run, all of those. You have to know all the basic runs. You have 5 basic
off the
runs.
ball movement.
Yeah, off the ball movement. How you calling me runs, right? You have to know that. All right. So that you'd say that is 2. I think your number 3, I would say, you're turning on and off the ball. In other words, those quick turn with the ball, right? So you play it, you turn, or you get that ball, the ability to turn. Your one-on-one play is important. Can you take on a defender one-on-one? All right.
And about first touch?
Yeah, I said that.
He mentioned first touch.
That's right. So those things I think are like some of the fundamentals in of course the ability you must and being clinical in front of goal. Critical.
Right. So you have most of them. You didn't talk about how passing, be able to pass the ball.
Yeah,
but let me just say this, man. So here's the question, because I'm getting to a question. How many of those things you've mentioned is about 6 or 7 does Boza do well?
I think he has good pace. And he kicks the ball
pace,
very
but add pace to it. So you don't have to have pace.
He kicks the ball. He kicks the ball very well. But
So how many of those? We have 7 attributes. So if you get 4 to 7, you're just above average. How many of those 7 or 8 attributes does he do well? Really well.
Really well.
In fact, how many does he do average? If
Him
you're
can
struggling,
dribble, him can take on players.
He can? How many players have you ever seen him go on by in any game?
Yesterday game, the man take on
nobody. Him have one-on-one dribble and him lose the ball.
No, in the
one-on-one dribble and lose the ball.
Cranky early in the game, right at the line there, so him kick by the cross and the goalkeeper take the ball. What you say, Cranky? You missed that part.
That was where he used his body to get out of trouble and cross the ball. Not beat nobody.
In a matter, he get past somebody.
All right, let's think of that. But his one-on-one is not the best. His one-on-one, because I watched him in the defender yesterday. I had the defender one-on-one on the right, and he dilly-dally. The man towed off him. He went to Robinson. He lost the ball. Clear example where if he dip inside left and go right, he go by the player. He's in on goal by himself. But I go back to my main question, which is, of those attributes you talk about, which of those attributes does he really do well? Really, really well.
Coach,
what differentiates him?
Which I think he's good at.
You should not be struggling with a player who is a forward when you talk about a key criteria to assess the player and you're struggling to figure out which one he does well. That's not a good look.
Coach, people in the comment section, what is Boza's strength as a forward?
Are you phoning a friend? Is that what you're doing, man?
No,
is this akin to you phoning a friend? You're struggling? I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know.
My name's man want to be a millionaire.
Yeah, it's Cranky call. It's Coach Minzy calling for help. People, what is Boza's strength?
Millionaire.
Yeah. What is Boza's strength?
I think Boza good for taking on player, which is one-on-one.
CD, you're making me feel seasick when you move left to right like that. Stay one place and answer the question, no, sir.
No, man.
When Boza can roll a player, he can roll. It can't be anybody. He can roll you. So if you're playing tight, he can roll you and go by you. There was a little flicks here and there. He's not a good one. One-on-one, I face you up. Let me go by you. When you're in training, when you learn to play football in training, the coach say, you know what? There's a defender. Go by him. One-on-one. Let me see you get by him. I don't see him do that.
I think his off-the-ball movement is good too, because him always seem to find himself in a goal-scoring position.
Yeah, and he's good in the air as well. Aerially.
Well, we don't really cross the ball, so it's hard to tell. We don't really cross the ball in the air that much, so it's hard to tell if he's good in the air. But he may be, because he did score with his chest, and it wasn't his head. Or his shoulder, something. He scored something.
And I think that he has a way of finding himself in spaces to get the ball.
So you say, look, I'm not saying he's not good at anything. I'm just asking a question about the main criteria. That's why I said we should assess the players. Because when you watch the game sometime, you get frustrated with some of the players and what they have done in the game. And if you know what their strengths are, the question is, shouldn't you play if you know what their strengths are, shouldn't you play to their strengths?
You know what we should do? I think that is important, Coach. We should do that, We should take the players, look at what they say that are their strengths, and probably just every show we take like 2-3 of them from the starting 11, and probably look at these things to see if we have an above average or average group of players, to see who is really our best player. Because what are the strengths of Boza? What are the strengths of Alvas Powell? What are his strengths?
Alvas?
Yeah.
I'll let someone else answer that.
Coach Minzy, give me some Alvas strengths.
Hold on, let me read them 2 super chat before them jump off.
Yeah.
Kermel, big up yourself. Are we going to analyze each player from the goalkeeper to Boza? Are we deviating from the topic? We did that last night. We analyzed the players last night in the post-match reaction. So
no, we're not analyzing. No, we're not analyzing the players.
Don't need to do it again.
Yeah. We're asking.
Guzman is saying King Boza Nicholson still only Percy been scoring.
And King Bowles is the one who played for 4 games.
Yeah.
So and he's the one playing up top, and that's how it normally works.
Coach, yes, what are Alva's strengths? So let's look. Alva's has been starting consistently. What would you say are his best attributes in this Jamaican team?
I can't answer that question. In fact, I think the US thanked Alva yesterday because he seemed to always be at a position. Or maybe he's not calling for help.
I think one of his strengths is going forward.
Going forward where?
Where?
Outside of his position to defend.
You know what? You should check Alva's.
So weird. There we go. Oh my God.
You should check Alva's passing stats. That's not impressive. Alva's passing accuracy. Now look, when you're the sideline, because Taxi wasn't impressive yesterday, by the way, his passing stats, but he's normally much better than it was yesterday. But his passing stats wasn't impressive against Costa Rica. Wasn't impressive yesterday. His passing stats are not impressive, especially when you can make the pass back a lot of times, which builds up your stats number and your percentage. His percentage when he's going forward, I want to see how much passes he make forward that are accurate. That's stats we need to see. How many passes he make that you didn't play backwards or sideways that are accurate. I bet that number is not very high up. Not a high number.
Once the Alva straight is making the start the level.
I saw a fundamental problem in the team on a whole. If you notice when USA had the ball, there were always a teammate to pass the ball to. So they had the football for long periods. When we have the ball, players weren't running into the right position to give the person with the ball opportunity to make accurate passes. So what we continue to do is making difficult passes, and in chess we call a particular play hope chess. We were making hope passes. We were trying to make difficult passes, hope that if it come off, then we would have an advantage. So I am always wondering if we were 2 men down, why we can't find a teammate to pass the ball to. But USA always find a teammate to pass the ball to and bring the ball upfield. And another thing I noticed is that I'm not seeing the leg skills of our players, because our players are supposed to be skillful at their feet. I'm not seeing that. The only person I saw with some semblance of skills was Maggie. At one point, he was the only person holding the football and trying to bring the ball upfield, beating players, evading players, and try to bring the ball upfield and making some passes. You know, I'm not seeing the same thing I'm getting from Maggie in terms of accurate passes, from the other players. So some coordination work need to be done in training to get this going.
So coach, here's the thing, coach. So yesterday we had Watson, Speedy, and McGee in the midfield, right? McGee barely get game for his side in Belgium. Where does Watson play? And be the man player.
Humble line.
What team he playing for? What team I play for?
I don't know. Hey, we don't see no belly. Hey, we don't see the Beanie Man stat.
Coach, take that back. That's a red card for me. So it's not Beanie Man anymore. It's somebody else. And so what team does Watson?
I'll do people them same up with them. I'll do people them same put on big shirt, but they know them are fine.
So what team does he play for now though? He play for a team in Jamaica, right?
He plays for Humble Line.
Humble Line.
So some humble people, and then we have Speedy who plays in the USL, correct? USL, correct? The US midfield consists of Musa, who plays for Valencia, McKinney, who plays for Juventus, and Adams, who plays for Leipzig. You know what the difference is between those players? 3 players are playing at the highest leagues against tough competition week in, week out. Our midfield, not the same. So how do we expect to dominate possession? Because your core is where you're going to dominate possession most of the time. They're the ones going to get the ball most of the time and get most of the passes. How do you expect to dominate the game and dominate possession and have possession stats when the midfields are not comparable? They're not even comparable to the quality of the players. They're not. So should we be surprised? Maybe go back to Richard's question about the quality of the players. Now, if we had a Ravel in the midfield, we say, you know what, Ravel is comparable to Adams, for example. We don't have that yesterday. So our expectations too high when we're thinking about what the outcome should have been, given the quality of the players in the middle of the park, just in the middle of the park alone, which is your core, which connects your offense to your defense, and vice versa. Man, you're mute, which may be a good thing, but it was categorized as a good thing, but it's not good for you. So keep talking.
Who was the best Jamaican player yesterday? And out of 10, how would we rate him?
So I think the best player for us yesterday was the Grenadian referee. He did a wonderful job for us. He was the best player. Well, he wasn't an official player, but he was on the field of play, he was the best person for us. We could have been down to 9 men, and it would have been a slaughter. So I think he was the best.
All right, somebody saying Blake was the best. Who you think?
Blake made a couple of good saves, but they were in areas where you expect to make those saves, right? Yeah. There were good shots that were taken from the left. We make a couple of good saves.
If in a game like this, if your best player is your goalkeeper, you know you had a poor game.
Yeah, because we didn't have a good middle yesterday. And then
we can't identify. Truthfully, if we really look at it, we can't identify a person who deserves more than a 5 for the game in terms of their performance. I would say maybe you could squeeze Speedy a 5.5 because he had to do 2 months work, and he maybe Speedy as an outfield player, and Jamal Lowe probably got 5, and maybe it's a restriction from his club. I don't know why he had to come off at that time. Maybe he's on minutes restrictions, because that's what I'm assuming why the change was made. He's on some minutes restriction, and so he was substituted because outside of that, restriction? I'm thinking Jamal Lowe was probably on some minutes restriction because it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, remember Jamal Lowe was apparently he wasn't originally a part of the setup. They called him late, and the club gave him restriction that only 2 games is to play. Yeah. So possibly those 2 games.
Why would he give him minutes restriction then?
That's what I'm wondering. If
it's a possibility.
Yeah,
it's a possibility. We're not saying that. Yeah, we're not saying that that's what
because
happened.
Outside of that, the change didn't really make a lot of sense because he had the only shot for Jamaica on target for the entire game.
But yeah, like when Kappa make decision, a lot of times it's
yeah, but remember that's what I was saying, gentlemen. Most times the changes are made are like change, so you take out like for like.
Right. It's sort of like for like. I mean, he changed Low and he changed Reed and he put in Roof and he put in Flemo. So there were some like for like changes there.
To also answer your question, Manningsman, the player that I would have given a 7, but his defensive work let him down, or probably would have dropped him back to a 5.5. For me, was Maggie. But offensively, he didn't do too badly, but defensively, he was poor. So that's the only reason why he wouldn't get more than a 5.5 for me.
Okay.
It's tough to judge a player sometimes because if you don't get I said it before, if you don't get to touch the ball quite a bit, right? You're not on the ball. You're chasing most of the game. It's very, very difficult then to get, unless you win the game, you score, or you were whenever you get the ball, you did something very positive going forward, frankly, not just turning battle back in your own half. Then it's tough to get a good grade.
And that is the problem, coach. So if we who watch the game can't find a Jamaican or 2 Jamaicans to give 6 or 7, the team did not play well. So for someone to say we had a good first half, don't make any sense.
I think the good is subjected to the fact that no goals were scored at us.
Were conceded.
Right. I think that was the good.
Look, I think the first half was the US started off real well. Then we got into the game, so they backed off. I think they did what we call selective pressing, right? They didn't press all of for the entire game because they know it's not sustainable.
Yeah, that's not.
What they did really well offensively, though, is they spread wide, right? They play the line, so therefore you have a choice. If you go play me wide, you create space in between the lines. If you don't go wide, I can play the ball out wide. The question is, why couldn't we do the same? And the problem is because we don't have a midfield to do the same. So if you chase me wide and I play to my midfield and you lose the ball, it defeats the purpose of what you're trying to accomplish.
Stan, who can we integrate into the midfield to make the midfield a robust midfield?
I think the midfield should be AG, Stewart, and Ravel. That's my midfield.
Coach, somebody asked my 11, right? If everybody's available, all the players, I thought all the players that I know. Listen, I would have Blake in goal. I would have Pinnock, and I'd give Lowe because I think if Lowe plays with a leader defender, he probably look better. So I'll go Lowe and Pinnock. Though I think Moore is a better defender than him. But I would squeeze Lowe in for the next game if I'm picking a left.
Why?
Right?
Because he's locally developed? I'm just wanting to know your rationale. No. Because if you think Moore is better, why are you playing Lowe if you think Moore is better?
Here's why. Because I didn't like how I see Moore and Pinnock look for that first game.
When they played in Austria, when it was a ill-prepared game?
In Austria and in the Panama game, they also played together. So I'll just try like a right footer, left footer, just to see how it works, kind of a thing in this, right? Because Moore normally plays on the left for Jamaica and Pinnock plays on the left. And Lowe primarily plays on the right. So I would just test that out to see, right? So that's what I'll do, right? I would either go with Javane Brown, and I'm just giving those who have played, or Maria Pat right back over Alvas Powell at this time. All right. On the left, I would probably use a guy called Greg Lee, who played for Jamaica, and he played well. The game that he has played, he looked well. He got injured. He has recovered from his injury. Though I believe Taxi has been looking a whole lot better in this team with the national team in comparison to some other years. All right, in midfield, if Kevin Stewart is there, he plays, and I play him alongside Anthony Grant, and I'm going to throw somebody like a Ravel Morris, so he has a more creative kind of role in the team. Play like a number 10 up and down, so I have two midfielder there to anchor that defense. And then I go with Leon Bailey on one side, Mikel Antonio up top, and then probably start Jamal Lowe on the other side.
I think the team picks itself. Same thing I have on paper, except I exchanged Lowe with Moore because to me Lowe is making too many errors in big games.
Yeah.
But it's,
one other thing though,
it picks itself, doesn't it? It picks itself.
One other thing,
really interesting.
I think that would be a very good team. That could probably go on a good run and get us into,
Stan, one other thing to note though, while both players might have the edge in terms of quality over Lowe, the Moore and Pinnock partnership not working out, and that is only the problem. So it would be either the Pinnock and Moore partnership not working out. So it would be either
we say Moore and Pinnock not working out, but the problem is Moore and Pinnock played together twice. They had nobody in front of them. When we played Panama, we had Ravel and DJ playing center midfield. None of them know how to play center midfield. So when you're going to judge it, look, I'm not saying you're not wrong because they gave up 4 goals in the US and they gave up 3 against Panama. So 7 goals in 2 games is not good. But when I see Lowe play nowadays, the more I watch Lowe, because I've been praising Lowe from day one. Every time I watch him, he's make 2 or 3 mistakes in game, and most of them he doesn't get punished. Even last night he got punished once, and he made 2 really bad errors. The missed header and the ball he turned over, which he had to go back and tackle the man. Against Mexico, he made a clear miss of the header, and they played it 7 times on Mexican TV because they couldn't believe the person missed the header. He didn't get punished. Against Costa Rica, he got punished. When we played in the Gold Cup, he didn't get punished when we played in I don't think he made an error in Costa Rica game that I can recall actually, that we played in the World Cup qualifiers. But when you're a central defender, yes, you're not infallible. Yes, you're going to make mistakes. But he's making mistakes, and that's creating goal opportunities for the other team. That are simple mistakes. Because the reason why we always blame Alvas, because Lowe should be directing Alvas on the right. What is he telling Alvas about covering, or calling back Speedy, or calling back Reed to come help? Why is the attack always coming through that side of the field versus the other side of the field?
I'm loving this conversation. Cataract has entered the building. Cataract, good night.
And right on cue.
Indeed.
Just to hear
so
Cronky spouting. Oh, you made your point.
No, I will say something before you start speaking.
With your fault. No, you don't. With your falsehoods and misleading the flock. So
okay,
people,
no, wait. Let me just say before you finish, before you start, let me just say this. The coach has said tonight for all of us that when you're speaking, you have maximum of 5 minutes in any one dissertation, any one soliloquy, any one pontification that you're doing. You have 5 minutes max. The floor is yours.
Well, it would seem that you have broken that because I spent quite a while here listening to you.
We've been going back and forth.
Well, I haven't heard it from the coach, but even hearing from you, I'll take less than 5 minutes to debunk your crap. So first of all, it's not really to talk about the game, right? But let me start. You come here with your nonsense. The partnership of Ethan Pinnock and Liam Moore has not conceded 7 goals. It's a falsehood. The score in the USA game when Ethan Pinnock was substituted for Curtis Stitt was 1-1. 3 goals were scored when Ethan Pinnock was not on the field.
No, correction. It wasn't 1-1. It was 2-1.
2-1 or 2-1? 2-1. 2-1.
So you're wrong?
No. 2-1. But the point is they haven't conceded 7 goals, so you're wrong. So you're more out than I am.
5 goals.
It's a big difference between 5 and 7, because the point they were trying to make is, they conceded 7 goals.
Yeah,
so
man,
5 goals. So 5 goals. And in the same period of time, the partnerships that Lowe has had has conceded more than 5 goals. But I'm not going to get into that particular thing because for me...
No, 5 goals in how many... more than 5 goals in how many games, though?
MPEG, let him talk. MPEG, let him talk in my 5 minutes.
We're talking about 2 games,
MPEG, let him talk. No, I'm wrong from day one. Let him talk.
No.
Keep proving how wrong you are.
You are right. Did they concede?
No, I was wrong. I
false narrative.
No. But you were wrong. Narrative. Were you right?
You came with a false narrative. I debunked it.
Lowe didn't give up 7 goals in 2 games.
I did not say Lowe did not give up.
Nor did Pinnock give up 4 goals. You're wrong twice, but keep going.
No, I said wrong. I said Lowe gave up 7 goals in 2 games.
No, you're saying Lowe is about what did you say? I'm
saying that since the start of competitions in 2021, the competitive matches that have been played, and I'm going to break them down. Damon Lowe on the field has conceded more than 7 goals. Whichever defensive partnership he's had since the year started. But
we're talking about World Cup qualifiers, Cataract. Stay on point.
Jesus Christ, no, you don't tell me what point to stay on, and don't try to interrupt my 5 minutes. I thought that's what the coach said, and I hope the coach should have said when we're not speaking, we mute our mics. Right. But I can't help you. You have to restart the whistle because you're not like a ref. You're supposed to, when the play is interrupted, you blow the whistle. People, let me say something. It's unfair to compare the players in that way because the truth is that the USA game and the Panama game, they were 2 complete, I don't want to use the word pickup sides, but players see each other for the first time on both occasions. In fact, if you had bothered to research, you would have come across a New York Times article that quoted Kemar Roof and Anthony Grant extensively. And Kemar Roof speaking about just what a nightmare it was and that it was probably his hardest game in his entire career. Coming and meeting 7 other players for the first time in your life and then 10 other players when the bigger team came. It was really disconcerting and off-putting.
But how many players were playing for the first time in that game?
No, they were playing together for the first time.
Who do Cataract?
That's what I'm asking. Not all the players were playing together for the first time.
Yes, and if you don't know maths, just relax and with me. It's the first time Daniel Johnson played with Kemar Roof. It's the first time Bobby Reed played with Mikel Antonio. It's the first time Ethan Pinnock playing with what's his name? With let's say Ravel. So any combination of first times It's first times.
All right, but cataract.
So
that can
not, hold on.
No, cataract.
It is the first time.
Cataract. But
It
that
is
can,
Not all the 8 players are playing for the first
cataract.
I
time.
did not say, no, please listen to me, coach. I said
Coach, can we let him speak, please? Please let him speak.
I said playing together. I didn't say playing for the first time.
But not all of them are 8 of them are playing together for the first time.
Yes.
But Coach Imar is wrong. Make him talk now. Coach Imar is wrong. Make him talk now.
Okay.
You have a few players on the team from the 8 who played together before.
Let me ask. You can take a subset of players. Each player there would have been playing with more than one person for the first time.
Really?
Okay, go ahead. So
okay. Oh, yeah. But what I'm saying, no, what I'm saying, no, that statement.
Everybody want to talk in my family. Each player
all right,
would have been playing with somebody for the first time, more than one person for the first time. So it's not a unit that people are affair or familiar with each other. As a matter of fact, in the article he said he would have been meeting some of these players for the first time. Don't know some of them, just never met them. So being asked to then go out after one training session with the entire 23 squad and perform was extremely difficult. And that both himself and Grant said, what you need is time. They say you need time. Go and read the New York Times and the quotations with it. Kemaru said the defeat left the most in his career, the most sour taste in his mouth. So don't say that these things don't affect the players. He said he was badly affected by this defeat. But there are other things happening. Mannings and myself, and I've done some digging, Mannings. A pure F-ray go on I can. Things that have been kept from the public. And I've confirmed some of the things we spoke about, man. Players on 2 team a promise man gunshot. This is Reggae Boyz. Where go. That we want to pretend about. Man a thump down, man a fight.
We hear that the possible gunshot thing is allegedly. And
so somebody allegedly.
It is probably fake news, that aspect of it.
That aspect of it. Okay. Yes. Oh, so the aspect of the two of them fight.
No, we are both
right.
we are both.
So I am saying to you that it's not allegedly. So everybody have for them source. So after I spoke, whoever I spoke to said, although some people want to take it lightly, the player feels threatened and does not feel safe to come back to Jamaica and play a part of the squad because somebody promised him a gunshot. If you think that. Big up Team Cataract, Akri Guzman, you don't know. These things have been hidden for months. But people keep thinking that you can hide.
You can't hide.
The divisions are being stirred on. Why has the leadership of the technical committee intervened in a situation where 2 members of a squad over apparently the first fight, this is not the second, has occurred over 2 years ago. And it escalated in 2021.
But for me, doing a Cataract.
Coach.
Cataract, this is a discourse we're having, you know. Make we conversate, no, man. Every time we try to say something, you say, hold on. Make we conversate, man.
Hold on.
What I'm saying is that, and I'm probably, if I say it, people might think that I'm trying to shovel what you're saying into a corner, but that's not the case. My thing is that it should have been dealt with, because any team where you have, and once players come together, a man might tackle a man hard and he get heated in that training. But that's where the human skills come in. Like you say, this thing happened over a long period of time and it not sort out. It fester, and then probably people feel like it can't happen again because it wasn't dealt with. That's the point I want to bring across. So you're perfectly right. this thing should have been sorted out so that it not reoccur. And probably because it never sorted out, it happened again. You understand?
So I'll unmute. Yes, I have to agree with you. And I hope, as I trust your word that you say you're not shoving it on the corner, because these are not. Because whenever I raise these things, people jump down like a talking foolishness. When I said to you that when Andre Gray, I said on here, when Andre Gray came to congratulate Flemmo on scoring the goal, he was flashed off.
Yeah.
But I will admit that this was, I think I also mentioned it because I saw that, and it was not received well. People are saying that's not true. He just reacted that way. I thought when I looked at the tape more than once, I thought he did actually. Now, I don't think he embraced anyone really at the point, right? It sort of happened second. After initially flashed him off when people come on, it's almost like he was beating his chest like, I did it, I should be playing. That's what I received. So I'm not sure it was a total flash up, but it looked that way, frankly. It did look that way. I think he was just basically trying to say, I should be playing. I don't deserve to be on the bench. See, I scored. That's what I gathered from that whole.
Yeah, that could be one interpretation, but we can't negate the fact that the other interpretation could.
He did flash him off, coach. He did flash him off. The question: did he mean to flash him off the way it came across?
Probably.
Or was it him saying nobody touches me because I'm God's gift to the world and therefore?
And why we agree with the first instance where people are saying that in Flasher because they're get involved with no Englishman. It could be true because we already know that there's things happening amongst players.
Well, no, Blake came out and said that. Blake came out and basically said that English players are not committed. So you start the ball rolling with your supposed captain. He's not a captain. Captain of what? Captains don't do that. Coach don't. The coach says it, and Blake says it. And Butler, by the way, says it also. So it's a Jamaican narrative. It's not one or two people saying it.
But even Pink Watch Boss, I say
but he said
not loyal.
Well, what's his name said it initially? One of the guys on Sportmax. And I hear him say the other day that Antonio is not committed, right? He's walking back his comments. His previous comments. So it's something. And I have heard a coach in Jamaica say, I forgot which coach it was. They don't need the English players. Now we have seen local players for years, and I hate to tell local players this: up your game if you don't want an English player to displace you. I understand that part of a team. Cataract, relax. You don't talk for 5 minutes. Relax. When you're part of a team, but you're waving Cataract.
I did not speak for 5 minutes. Coach interrupted and asked.
You speak for 5 minutes and 30 seconds. You take out 30 seconds, you spoke for 5 minutes.
Gentlemen, hold on, man. We're having a conversation.
Yes.
All of us can come in at the conversation.
I was not allowed to conclude my point.
But you never conclude your point. Never.
Well,
your point's a run-on sentence. It keeps running on.
Well, anyway, let me read the super chat. Then we get Cataract. Fabian Full, big up yourself. Panelists, what's your thoughts on the issue with Antonio and the JFF regards to the miscommunication about him carrying his physiotherapist? Well, from what we heard is that one sect of the JFF probably gave him the permission and then one sect said no. So there was the miscommunication and then people are questioning the man loyalty saying no, I'll come. Go ahead, Qatar.
So, Coach, I'm going to jump on the Mikel Antonio thing. I said I try to research, I try to speak to people, I try to get some information. So when we come here, we don't look like Doderberg. We're not carrying a body line. These issues about lots of teams have physical altercations in the team. These are two defenders. So this is not no man tackling, no man harding, not training. Players have been concerned about Alvas and the mistakes he's making. Apparently don't want to listen to nobody. And when the man talk to him, he try to deal with the man away.
Me not hear that Qatar a while ago.
I said, these did not have to do with players tackling players in training. Because they were both starters, they're both defenders. This is a man who don't want to listen to nobody or take no critique. Right? And it's been festering from then, where the two of them were on the squad. Now, the matter having not been dealt with and these things, that's why I agree with Coach Whitmore that there's not a lot of time for you to coach people things when they come, but there's time enough to manage. There's time enough to manage. So when these altercations came together, it ought to have been dealt with from the Gold Cup. And why was one of the combatants, I'm going to call it combatants, because I was never no serious fight, never no play thing. Why was one of the combatants allowed to continue as a starter while the other was benched? So the injustice was there.
Festering.
Now we have come.
People fight all the time. And didn't Sterling beat up Gomez? You have fights all the time in teams. That's part of what happens. But it happens.
Yeah, cranky.
I just said to you that fights happen in teams. Sometimes a man put on a hard tackle for the man and him don't like it, and say the two of them are playing in central defense together.
So it couldn't be that case.
It was not that case.
Right.
So it was a case of the English born player saying to the Jamaican born player, "You make mistake."
And a man don't like that.
And a man don't like that.
Course.
And as a matter of fact, he went when the mistake happened in the game. Apparently, he made a comment to say, "See the same thing I tell you, mate. I never listen and see it happen and cause for the game, cause for something in the game." And the man never liked it. But it come back down here now in the Gold Cup, and it has festered, and it cost us dearly because we went with a makeshift. So when we really needed a trained central defender, proper central defender, not an active CDM. We don't have a backup now, and Low is without. The issue to do with Mikel Antonio is not a matter of miscommunication. I'm told the technical staff don't rate him. Mikel Antonio, the fallout was let's all agree, his physio could not have been accommodated and gotten accreditation in time for the United States game. Let's all agree. Right?
That's what we were
so that's no one's fault. Nobody's fault. As yet. But just put an asterisk next to that. Based on that, the next solution should have been fly directly to Jamaica. You and your physio. And you guys will have a room. And be welcomed and accommodated. And you play the Canada home game and you play away at Honduras. The statement was made publicly. The statement was made publicly. Don't want the players coming to play for 2 games. Now, how many games Dylan Barnes coming to play?
None.
How many games is Dylan Barnes coming to play?
None.
Hold on. No, I know the point is.
No, my friend. No, my friend. Let me tell you something. When I take the study and logic, when I'm open the mouth and try to be cute, I am going to find the logic and debunk it off my career. Do not tell lies to the Jamaican public.
Let me finish.
There is no problem with a player coming, a ticket provided, and they play no games.
Cataract, I'm not disputing. Just let me finish that one. All I'm saying.
Well, on Mullins, let me read the super chat. The argument I get nice. Kyle, big up yourself. Yes, Cataract, it's true about Alvarez. One, but up everybody. He did it today, man, yesterday in the game. Okay, go ahead.
All right. All I'm saying to you, Cataract, is that I think it is unfair to you the Dylan Barnes situation because he came for the 3 games. the coach has not selected him to play. But I know the point you're trying to make. But it is unfair to Dylan Barnes because it is suggesting that you understand me. So it's a different situation. So you probably Jamal Lowe. I know the point you're making, but use Jamal Lowe.
Hold on. I'm saying to you. it is not unfair to him, right? Because I'm not casting any aspersion in any Barnes. I'm saying that that statement and that reason is untrue, because by fact,
I agree with that. I agree that it is untrue, you know, but all I'm saying is that use Anthony Grant. Say, why then is he asking Anthony Grant to come for 2 games? But don't use Dylan Barnes, because Dylan Barnes is not playing because the coach has not selected him to play. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying you're right. It is untrue, but I would use Anthony Grant to make the point more than Dylan Barnes. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm so disciplined to mute my mic. No one else is, but I keep getting interrupted. So maybe I can finish. Thank you, man, is mine, but I will not take your advice. My example is Dylan Barnes, because that is at the extreme set of things. Players can be brought in because they are needed in an emergency. Dylan Barnes would be needed in an emergency. He's not a starter, but should something happen to Andre Blake, God forbid, during a game, he would have to suit up and come on. So that line of reasoning is illogical, mendacious, and quite frankly divisive. Because when people see Jamal Lowe, Anthony Grant, Andre Gray, and we get to the Andre Gray situation, because I don't know if before, in the 3 hours or 2 hours that Cronky had to expound, but he seems to want by a little 10 minutes since I've been on, we discussed why Javon East was a substitute and Andre Gray is sitting on the bench. This is a man who has scored more than 1 goal for his new championship club. A striker who, by all intelligence, we have been told was training like a beast. And every time the man put his head down and get at it, he is deflated by being benched. He is a 70-pound or 60,000 pound a week striker, meaning he is in the upper echelons of strikers in the Premier League. And in Jamaica, we come and deal with the man like him on a body, like he can't play. 1 goal, 1 assist. And then he missed 2 chances in the game that he was given to start in a meaningless game against Costa Rica, that him alone and lead the line. So coach, from where I sit, I say a man said 30 points more to get out, I think. It looked like we are getting 0 and somebody against 3 out of the 30. Because this is not a team. This is not a team. And you need a team. More than 11 men, you need 23 men to win. Because the players on the starting level must know that they're being pushed for their places and pushed on to better performances, because somebody will yam your food and take your place if you not good. Look at what the example we had. Every time Amari Bell has been here, Taxi has played well. Right? In the Gold Cup in Command. All of a sudden now, there's no backup, and Taxi had the most atrocious game that I have seen him had in a long time. I start by saying this: I am no illusion. A man can be under them illusion, you know. Big up Jervis Paris, the whole team Cataract. We, the Grenadian referee, whichever Jamaican woman, dear little Tuntun, Wednesday night, God bless her, pick me, God bless you win the lottery, because you cheat for Jamaica, because in a 20 seconds, we should have been down to 10 men. No question asked. Undebatable red card. But big up CARICOM. So some man here talking about the game, and when we talk about the game, I look at a holistic. Everything else after that are brought up. Everything else after that is brought up. If America doesn't make it in top 3 because of goal difference, they can look back and say they were robbed in the Jamaica game because they could have run up the score upon Jamaica. You understand? This. So, coach, I don't hold much hope out for Sunday because the divisions continue. Even deepening. Some players claiming that they're playing their hearts out. And they are pointing fingers at I'm going to talk it straight. I'm pointing fingers at Bobby Reid saying he's not pulling his weight on the field. But that's one view. I saw Alvas Bowen deliberately playing Bobby Reid out of the game. Maybe I'm blind. My good friend MPEC. He's the man with the slow motion TV and we can break down some plays. I think I wanted to look up for a place where Alvas ran past Bobby Reid. Didn't pass the ball after him as a right winger. And then ran past him trying to get the ball to Nicholson and end up giving away the ball. Brother, right now, we can come and say with clear thing. Alvas is a good bad man. We don't talk. We used to be good. Yeah, man. You come in like Johnny P or Power Man. They used to make some big hits, but you can't make no hits now. If you play that retro, when the retro party them play, when the Masters League them play, then that's how you play. You are not good now. You are a liability. As a matter of fact, you are a destructive element and a cancer in the team. Big man thing. Now, how can a player ask and you say the player, somebody, you have ran to the man. Michael and we think Michael, for we Michael and Tony are our poster boy right now. Because Liam Bailey, who other people of the post was injured, right? And he should be treated with every respect. And leave and when make other man talk. Right now, the way the GF should teach Liam Michael and Tony good. We want to know say if Michael Antonio play, them win, and them score goals for the next month, he can pay off the whole of the debt with the GFF have from 1 month salary, and his goal bonus and his win bonus. He can clear the whole debt that the GFF have.
They're not thinking that way, no, Keter. They're not thinking that way.
No,
they probably don't know.
No, I bet you they don't know the value of the player.
Mm-hmm.
I bet they don't know the value of the player.
They don't know the value, else they would have, you know.
How can you call a professional? You know you have a professional who head not too good. And it's reported now you call him a boy in a dressing room. That man, they go to jail already, you know that.
Good question.
They can't do those things. The man management is now poor and questionable.
So no coaching is taking place and no management.
No, but vibes are built. But no vibes are being built. So at every
I just fair show.
Now go on.
Publicity stunt.
The vibes not built. They see they can't even publicize the dressing room again. Which when last I see vibe on dance, because most of them they're dancing.
One night I go on.
You go on dancing that night.
I'm gonna sing song.
But overall, you just have to yourself. It's a lot happening.
This thing I get toxic.
The dressing room loose, the dressing room divided. Amaria look like Amaria take over as the captain. Because I even see a press conference.
Yeah,
and we have captain and vice captain.
You look at nobody no business with what going on there and just call a man.
Big up let
me read that super chatter. Original Zilla. Big up yourself. What is the immediate solution you think we can make to make the biggest impact on the squad as it is, especially in order to get some wins in the World Cup qualifier? That's a tough question still now. You know? With infighting, that there's not much we can do on the outside. Them have to be man and sort out their situation. Simple.
Yeah, I agree.
Them have to just decide, say, yo, brethren, we know what I go on now, we see where I go on. We could put the differences aside them and work out the thing so we can qualify for the World Cup.
in those things, and anybody who has led any organization know that if members of the team that are toxic, or it's better to let them go. But at this point, we are even talking about people who are the least contributor to the team. So it's not like a top goal scorer you cut. It's not like a Shamar you got cut out of a team but score 2 goals. Ah, brother, we give away some goal. So I want to see the man from St. Thomas now. But, brother, a country. I know you are take up bad, a pretty badness. You're supposed to be a humble scarf, brother, when I humble scarf. I know my brother can't talk certain things, I'm telling you, but you have lost faith. I know they can't relieve the coach of his duties, so we have to work with the coach. And we ask the coach to work with me. Just give us something to cheer about now. I'm sorry for the man them go last night, dog. I'm sorry for them. One shot by Jamal Lowe. You know some man a big up shot would be here bigging up the 25-yard shot from
Meggie,
but the shot started wide and kept going wide. Never any danger of troubling the keeper. But at least you show some intent. You understand? How can you have a team with Haka on the team and he's not the worst player? Other man have to looking at himself.
Cataract, tell me why Angus hurt. Vanzi and Javon play for the same team. Vanzi arguably was one of the best player in central defense. Why is it they would carry Javon at 37 going 38 and Vanzi is what 29 going 30, who is a much fitter individual and probably one of the better players this season in his position. I can't see through that. Can you dissect that for me?
Let me just say something quickly. All right, number one, Andrew Vanzi was never at any point in the Premier League the best player in that position this season. Should he have been called? Yes, he should have.
I said arguably, so that means that it should not be taken for gospel.
I'm not taking it for gospel, and I'm getting to that. So you said arguably. So though he's in the reckoning, he would probably be around 5th. So he should not be there. But it would make sense if you're going to take somebody from that team. If you're going to take somebody in the league, why would you take the person from the team that finished at the bottom of the table, had the most defeats, conceded the most goals in the entire competition? However, Javon Watson was promised a position before the competition started. So no matter, because remember he was told from in May to prepare. So in other words, regardless of what other players did in the JPL, it would not have made a difference because he was told to prepare to play. The only reason why he played is because it would have been more unacceptable if he never played any football at all. So he just suited up to save face, really. But the decision to select him was made before the JPL started. So no player performance in the JPL would have made any difference to anything.
You are correct. You are correct, Bannigsman. I can't argue with anything you said. I can't argue with anything you said there. I do argue, however, that Vanzi is the 5th best. He's the player that caught my eye. He's also a dead ball specialist.
Yeah, he scored 5 goals and scored 4 penalties out of the 5 goals. Ramon Howell from Waterhouse, who played in the USL, was the best holding midfielder.
And I have challenged you that when this week done, we need to do a show and you need to break down in each position who are the top 10 strikers, the top 10, so we can see where people fall.
Yeah, man. That's
my challenge.
All right, Manningsman. But I also challenge you to, because Vanzi is a utility player now. He's very versatile. He can play almost anywhere in the midfield. Plus, he can play central defense as well. Which other player in the JPL is as versatile as Vanzi?
No. All right. So we're talking about versatile player, or we're talking about CDM? Because that was the original question.
But CDM, And then,
CDM, but remember
he
we
has
are also
extended it.
short in centre back without Pinnock and more, you know. So so if we need him to slot in at any point due to red card or injuries,
let me say
right?
it again.
He is in the squad.
So let me say it again. So when the question started, it was between. So we can go to a different conversation because the original question was between, and let me just stick to that first. Between why was Haka called over Vanzi? So if we go move from that now about
I don't want you to move from that. I don't want you to
because
move
that
from
was if that is the origin, if that is the premise.
I think that Howard would have taken you in a different direction.
Yeah.
Right. Because I just pointed out that as a CDM, he scored the most goals as a CDM. And he's a dead ball specialist, and he took a number of free kicks. Right?
But he scored a brilliant free kick.
But he took others. Some which were saved, some which were just off target, but he's a dead ball person, which we don't have outside of taxi many dead ball specialists in the thing. Right? I want to, with coach's indulgence, to tell Alex, let me repeat again. Not because a man come from where you come from, me I will condone in foolishness. And let me repeat, I said, Albus is from St. Thomas and coming to bring badness in the team as a country youth. I'm a country boy, or as a country youth, he might come introduce badness in the team. I don't want to know Albus upbringing. I know that they are playing. Shaman Nicholson is from Rima. Other players are from serious Garrison. And they are not the people who have brought it in here. I am saying this young man from country who's supposed to be an ambassador for St. Thomas. I don't know if you think that badness is something where people feel proud of. This the parish reggae with the coconut and the sugar cane and the St. Mary Antigua for the banana, but certainly short pork and good coconut water come from this. And they're building a highway now to open up tourism and the surfing beach and those things.
Restrained from the Vanzi situation.
Hold on. I'm dealing with that matter. You just said that me don't know nothing about him upbringing. I'm saying that he's a disgrace to St. Thomas. If those are the things that he has done, because that is the parish of nice, decent, hard-working, country, rural Jamaican. He of all the people to come and introduce badness into the football team is a stain and a black eye on your parish. So that you have to deal with. You have to call him and ask him how am I going so if it is true.
Gentlemen,
all right.
I'm gonna have to make a move, but I'm gonna be keeping on listening. I've got an important meeting in a few hours, but this is absolutely juicy and hopefully further constructive reasoning towards a better Jamaican national team unity. Peace and love, you, sir.
Yeah, man, blessing. So let me stick to the Vanzi. Let me just clarify the Vanzi thing. So Vanzi, so in the JPL, because remember, the coach didn't have to select a player from the JPL. There is also Tevin Shaw, who left from Tivoli and is playing in that position in the Canadian Premier League. There is Kenada Forbes that is playing that position in the USL and playing well. There's Kevin Lambert, who is ahead of all of these guys, including Vanzi, and he has been a part of the setup. And same issue, just personal conflict with coach can't be in the team. Kevin Lambert could have called up. So these are three options before you get to even Aka and Vanzi. You have to put Sigel Knight because he had a better season than Vanzi playing for Portmore. Ramon Howell had a better season at Waterhouse, and they were in the finals. You called even a Jamai Topi from the other finalists, and you needed a holding midfielder. You had players out, and you didn't call Howell, who played every single game and every single minute of every single Waterhouse game, including the final and extra time.
They're gonna ask if he had a visa. Because that is the latest.
Well, I know that Ramon Howell played overseas in the USL, so I suspect he has a visa. No, we can say that.
Hold on, Mannings. I think is it in the visa situ based on the time that the urgency on that they want to travel?
No, repeat that question, coach. I'm not sure it's clear.
I'm saying you said that no players will be selected unless they have a visa. So if somebody drop out, like when Pinnock dropped out, wouldn't be it be easier to get someone who has a visa as opposed to trying to get somebody?
Yeah, yes, it would be. But I give it. But I give an example of what I call the incompetence, and I call it for what it is. Look at Knight. I'm not Knight. Sorry. King. He was called 1 month ago. There became an issue with him not having a US visa. He called when somebody put together the pool, then somebody in the administration think it would be wise to secure visas and ensure that all the people in the pool had the necessary visas and travel documents, so then you would need them. That's the kind of peasantry that I refer to.
Let
But
me just
come now in October. Never make it go through back.
Yeah, man.
Come now in September. The man never had a visa and couldn't go Costa Rica. We would have had sufficient time, 1 month's notice. As a matter of fact, the very next day when you found out that there was a visa issue, you should have put in a visa application to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What I would say where I agree with MPEG though, but if you're looking for somebody who's way more experienced and has the capacity to play in different positions, you'll go for Andrew Vanzi. But if you're looking at players in that particular position and you're looking from the JPL, he would not be the top of the list. However, because Andrew Vanzi can play in different positions, I would probably select him, but he looked more unfit than all the players, and he's older than all the other players as well. So that is something that you'd have to consider, because like I said, he played in the worst team this season and the most unfit team this season and the oldest team. So then the question of fitness would then come into play where he's concerned, because I think that would be the bigger the bigger issue. But if you're going to do it on merit cataract, you couldn't select Vanzi. If you're doing that, who performed well in the JPL, you couldn't select him. But in terms of experience,
remember, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I like how Vanzi played. Yeah. I think he was an unfortunate team, but then I think you alluded to the point and made the point even more clear than me when you said that you go past the man who was starting and then you pick the man who was on the bench.
Here you go.
From the same team. So I think we are there. But what my point was, I thought when you're picking players, it's not always who's the best, but the players have some other dimensions. And like Ward-Prowse, Vanzi has that is good, but he's certainly one of the better dead ball specialists in the league. And so.
But I'm saying that what I'm saying is that they could have still what I'm saying though, Ketara, the truth is that they could have still, even with Javon Watson, you could have still called Vanzi.
Added somebody.
You could
because
still
of
add
his
the
fitness
players.
problem.
And that's what I'm saying. If it is a matter of visa, then you had Lambert, you had Tevin Shaw, who was in this team. So you have,
especially you could have just get them a gas money, make them drive come.
That's what I'm saying. There are players right in the area.
I understand.
I don't. This is where now.
I understand.
Somebody need to come and tell us why we never look at this.
They're going to come on your program, man. They're going to come by your program. They're not coming as a contact now hard question from people. We are telling you. But a real, but man, you know your program is a Christian program. Nice landing, soft landing thing. You know, in a bad. But coach, with there between Sunday, it doesn't fill anybody with confidence. Maybe the government did them a justice by saying no fans because nobody went there in a stadium. Watch the game at the Kingston Jerk Center. 150 people there on a Thursday night. I mean, you know what I mean? But the people they make him and turn on the sound music and start playing music and tell him little boys they lock off the TV. I said they don't come to that.
What I want to ask Cataract is, given what is happening like with that particular player you mentioned who don't want to come back, what would have to happen? Is it the coach need to do something? The player need to be removed. Apology need to be made. What would make?
No, so I'm
like
saying.
The player, you understand me? Because.
So I'm saying.
Yes. How is the defense mended?
In every team, you must have rules. Every organization must have rules. And the disciplinary process must be put in train very quickly. Both parties are heard out. Now everybody there on Zoom. And then, does JFF have a disciplinary committee? Something as basic as that?
There must be, because one time I was banned for life from playing football.
Well, but we still see you hanging around football, so do they have a disciplinary committee that works?
No, they had to. After some appeal, they lifted the ban, though. Okay. But so there is a disciplinary committee.
Right. So that should be invoked. I'm just giving out hearsay, but every man has a right to defend himself, or every lady has a right to defend herself, or those in between have a right to defend itself. But every self have a right to defend yourself. But a natural justice is a process. But you can't leave these things because they stay and they fester and they set precedent and example and how people behave. I can bring on the money, but I have nothing to talk about the game. Jamaica lost. We deserved to lose. We had no pretense that we were going to be anywhere in the game.
Not even pretending.
And we just rode our luck, really. I mean, it wasn't as bad as when Mexico was banging the ball against the bar and everything. But
if this happened in Leeds, right, would Bielsa meet with the team, or they'd have to call the board, the owner of Leeds, to come and meet with the
players? No.
Who deal with it?
The team management.
Meaning the coach,
the head coach and other people. I don't know if all the only coaches. They would have the players rep. They'd have a player rep and thing, and they would listen to the side. And you have to set an example.
Okay, so players
there's a principle in football which says no person is bigger than the team. None.
No player.
No person, no coach, no player, no manager. Nobody is bigger than the team, because the team will be there for the most part long after you are gone.
Yeah. People come and go.
Players come and go. Managers come and go. Coaches come and go. Technical directors of football, all these things come and go. But the team remains sat to sand.
Even owners.
Owners too. Newcastle get some new owners, some big money.
So, okay, you know what is funny? Like when you look back at the Gold Cup, maybe that is why Hector didn't play after a couple of games. You remember there was a game that we needed him, and everybody was wondering why isn't he coming on?
I'm giving the answer now. I'm telling you that is the reason. That is the reason.
So Super Chat, the original Zilla, big up yourself again. Gleaner asked Tapper today if him go step down, and him said no.
No, good.
No, step down.
Zilla,
hey, when you look at it, you know,
but you have to give me some breaking news though.
When you look at it, you know, we have 2 games, and from what I've heard, the federation said that the man have 5 points in this round to save his job. We have 2 games remaining. Based on how I saw Canada played yesterday versus Mexico in the Azteca, it's going to be a difficult team to beat. However,
they also have a difficult flight, you know.
However, the problem is that Canada will also lose a few players because of disciplinary issues in terms of the yellow card. You understand?
You want to let us know who these players are, what position they play? Us up to do.
One of these players I can tell from the top of my head. I think it was Buchanan, the defender. He got a yellow card against the Mexican team late in the game, and it is said that he will not be playing in the game that will be coming.
Is there more than one Buchanan in the team?
There are 3.
I think it was. I think he was the defender.
Richie Laria going to be missing as well.
And this is Stephen Vittorio. Thank you, David Nicholson. But David Nicholson said, don't get your hopes up because they have depth.
I think the flight they affect because they're coming. they are coming out of the Azteca. I think they reach Jamaica tomorrow morning for the game on Sunday, I understand. So I don't know if that will affect them in terms of flight and changing altitudes. I don't know. They are professionals, so maybe it doesn't matter. But we don't have nobody to play. Listen, I can tell you this: Jamai Topi cannot start. He's unfit. Jamai Topi was able to do well. He was able to do well because he's a very talented player. That is how he survived in the Premier League, in the JPL. But he's unfit.
Somebody's saying Buchanan is a winger, but he plays in the central midfield.
Apparently, they might have had more than one Buchanan, somebody's saying. But they're saying Estacio, Davis, Vittora, who's the captain, and they say Richie.
And Alfonso might not come to. It was a Buchanan that got the yellow card, man. That's in the number 11 in the middle of the park. But it happened at the edge of the box. That's why I thought it was a defender. But he I think, will miss the game.
I don't think, seriously, I don't think Topi can start.
But what choices we have though?
I don't know, but I don't think Topi is fit enough to start. I don't think
because,
Topi. Listen, I don't even think Topi's coach think Topi is fit enough for him to start.
Virgin, Mr. Topi are playing at the final, and Topi have one beanie man belly.
Because Mariapa is the only genuine centre back we have left.
No man, Javian Brown played centre back in high school.
Notice I said genuine.
But he's a genuine centre back.
I think what Howard. And then who are play left back?
Eh?
Then who are play left back?
Lawrence
Fisher.
Lawrence play left back.
And
I was saying Toxic would play centre back.
I hope they don't do what.
And if you use Javian in the centre back, who playing right back if Alvas is injured?
Fisher.
King Fisher alarm system, man.
Well, if Fisher play, you can cross off that 3 points.
But Fisher did not play in the game last yesterday.
If Fisher start in Canada game, you can kiss that 3 points goodbye. I can guarantee that.
In the start in other games, I will lose.
He had the ball close to the line, trying to do too much with the ball in the Mexico game. Remember, we were minutes away from getting that point. And remember, he lost that ball. And when the ball went in, it caused the goal.
And he never
started. It wasn't the first or second time his antics caused us some critical goals, and it won't be the last.
But me I say MPEC. Whether I'm play,
what about Bobby Reed?
Start, that man still not contribute.
What about Bobby Reed?
Bobby Reed could play that position, but who would play up? Fleming's probably would have to take him position.
Right. No, we have to we might ask Antonio for come. But you up now, coach. On a serious note, and I hope you don't even bother put up that thing that we are trying to pick his start. Right now, I just
tomorrow we have the preview, man. We're not touching that.
Yeah, I will cover that. Right now, they don't have man to play for the game. You understand? Best we just hold tight and see what go on Sunday. Because
tomorrow we have to go walk with some friends.
One thing I know
mental health is real. You understand?
Management. Who was the two best centre backs in the JPL recently?
I think there's a guy called, I thought Pennycook from Tivoli looked well. King from Cavaliers looked well. I thought Johnny Talbot looked well. But he's not available.
He's not available, understandable. Yeah. But Johnny Talbot was you heard me call his name earlier when I started watching manager. I said, this one caught my eye, and yeah, he has the right dimensions, fitness.
And then the guy, the captain for Dumby Holden, is also good. I think Shaquille Dyer is his name. Those are some of the better center. The guy called Richard King, Johnny Talbot, Pennycook from Tivoli, Shaquille Dyer from Dumby Holden,
Simpson from Arnett.
And Simpson from Arnett was a former Clarendon College captain, I believe. but younger guy, he played well as well, and Leng also looked well. But those are the 6 guys I think played well.
I'm sorry, Talbot is not available though.
Yeah, man.
No, we said that.
We said that. That was said. Come on, if you come over delayed MP.
No, man. I'm just giving my personal point of view. I didn't chime in, so I'm trying to, personally, I'm sorry that he's not available.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying.
He was contacted, but like I say, you can't ask a man to go on loan and then leave that.
No, sir. He have to try and make a way for it, Even try and make the team.
So.
Yeah. Hey, coach, you know what we should do? We should try and get some stuff and just random, some random theory kind of thing and see which 11 would pop out before we pick the 11. Put all the names in a bag and you just throw them out. And then and then we pick our 11 after that.
That's where it reaches.
Coach, we're not picking game. I'll tell you the truth.
So like some Dolly House thing.
A balloon thing, a Christmas time, we little kids them. You pick your chance.
Peso asked me why pick. Hey, Peso, I did not pick anybody, sir. Remember, people, the reason why Topi went primarily is that the other players that they wanted to go never had any visa. So he was available and he's a talent, but he's unfit. Maybe they're going to start him. In my opinion, he is unfit. But he made it in the Premier League because the Premier League is not a high, fast-going league and he's a very talented player. Maybe they're going to start him. You understand me? Maybe they're going to start him, but that is the point I'm making is that I don't think he is the fittest of all the centre-backs in the league, but he's in the squad, so I don't know. Maybe they're going to call him King. Seeing that they had him in Mexico, I don't know.
Why, look like my crickets, my Peony William have more to say than we, brother. We lost for words.
Cataract, will Jamal, what I want to know, will Jamal Lowe play in this game?
I don't know. You have to go for
Yeah, man.
He will play. Okay.
I think at 2 games he might play now. The Jamaica game and
but you know that Cataract, you remember this? At this point of the last campaign, 4 games.
We did not have 1 point.
No, we had 2.
Okay. And 2
we
is
had
more
2
than
points. Right. And you know that we had gotten 6-0 from Mexico.
I was there.
And 3-1 from Costa Rica. So we lost 2 games in that campaign, drew 5 and won 3, right? All I'm saying is that, maybe if we fix things now.
No, it has to be now.
Yeah, like this is the moment that you have to fix things. You don't have no more leeway. You can't afford. Either you're going to draw, but you can't lose Sunday. You have to draw.
We have to win.
Have to win.
No, it's a home game. We have to win at home. We already lost a home game,
No, man.
So remember, we can't lose another home game.
James Blackwater said the US game stunned everybody. It stunned me, brother. But what I want to say something to all the people who are playing. Some man just come with their own agendas. Let me say this.
Cataract, the man say I mix up the campaign. Please tell me, in the last campaign in 1990, did Mexico give us 6 in the final stages out in Mexico?
In the
Azteca, yeah.
In the Azteca.
Yeah. And Costa Rica, I mix it up, man.
Costa Rica give it 3-1, I think.
3-1, yeah. And those are the only 2 games we lost. But go ahead, Cataract.
We drew a lot of games that we won 4 at home.
Yeah.
But look here, I wanted to say this. Against Panama, we played with 8 English-based players, English-born players, English-born Jamaicans. We got 3-0 with a very disgraceful performance. Everybody say, yeah, man, see them in Canada. Englishman, they're not good. We went to United States. We started 8 Jamaican-born players and 3 English-born players. We got the same treatment. Maybe we are goal different, but in both matches, the performance was dire. Let me give you some adjectives where someone will call me and tell me my ball friend them. Painful to watch. Torture. Slow kind of death. Big up my friend Everett. Big up the next graduate. Man, I was saying, you know what I'm saying?
Qatar, hold on now. Virgin coming out the stream earlier and say him and him wife did watch the game, see? And he say, wife don't know about football, but you start, as they say, give some adjective. The team is not disorganized, no tactics. So the lady start, him claims that the lady start saying no. So obviously, this comparison that people constantly make about local and English, it needs to stop. Because as I said it earlier today, I'm going to say it earlier on this stream, I'm going to say it again, Cataract. Oh, I see the man them play a Cub Scout thing. You know, see no man go out on the field, so them are die for top.
All right, I want to make a point. I invited my barber to watch a show because he was adamant that we don't need players who were born in England. We should have a good youth program and let the youth come through the program. So by the time they reach 2021, we have a team, because he was making reference to like Brazil and Argentina, or almost 100% of their players were born in Brazil, and they have been successful. So what the panelists can say to my barber to put some sense in his head where that is concerned.
So I hope let me finish the first point as being.
Hold on, MPK have a barber.
Where am I going?
Coach, you have to tell management to put his mic on mute. Management, put your mic on mute.
But Cataract, that one they did half a job, man. That one they did half a job.
Yeah, that one the bad.
Yeah, but we never say MPEC with no ear on the idiot.
And that, we never say barber.
So the man said barber, big up in barber. Okay, barber is a well-paid barber. But just tell the barber, so they have like 51 million people in Brazil. So you can find me. We have 3 here, 2 point something here, and 3 in the diaspora. So we only have 2 point something here. Brazil have 50 something million people. But I wanted to finish, coach, about the treatment. After about 25 minutes, everybody was just walking. There was a lot of walking on the field. And the fitness levels are questionable. Because some of them are young player. Back here, a young boy, probably a young boy. You know what I mean? There's a bag of walking and going. We also carried an injured striker and played him for 90 minutes. A man I said, he's good in the ear. I saw, look at the front of the observer, a 5'11" defender, whatever, jumping about 2 feet above him. Look at the picture on the observer website. He wanted no part of the game. You know what I mean? So it's just a matter of population, yeah. MPEC.
And so, that's the only thing?
You have a bigger pool. I mean, they have tradition and they have academies and systems and good fields and money in the sport. A lot of things.
Shut up, boss.
Shut up, boss.
Yeah, man. You want to go off a while ago?
Shut up. Hold on, the people.
All money.
Yeah, shut, boss. Hold on.
All money and drop.
Hold on, man. I'm a shaky warrior. I'm gonna put up my area defense. I'm gonna get out my area defense.
Imagine you one squeeze off and the money and jump out that pocket.
Yeah, but people, this is Jamaica. This is the real Jamaica. Yeah, this is the real Jamaica. You understand? When man says shut up, boss, send to the Taurus. You understand?
Oh boy.
J-Ross, it's not a greater mic. It's an isolation chamber. It's supposed to keep the sound out. Somebody don't hold the ear. And that shut the sound loud though. It does sound like a 9 or a 13. So,
when you hear it so loud, it don't sound like it connect.
No, it doesn't sound like it connect though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah man, but listen man.
Yeah, Blue Mountain, you can get a link and come on the program next, but I think that's 6 minutes in a car coach. Now I may not got the whole thing there.
Yeah.
Blue Mountain, a long time we want to rap right now after career too, you know. I come with a little thinking. But we get thinking of Blue Mountain.
But when you this coach, when the guy named Salman, the rich sheik were buying Newcastle. You hear that he come out saying that he asked the people to buy him a new castle.
Mm-hmm. And they bought his Newcastle. Again,
Hold on now. Me just see a photo. Them new kit leak. You know the long frock of them wear and the turban. That's gonna be the new kit.
but I understand a lot of these things are racist, you know. You understand? A lot of these things, because I understand that the other 19 managers had an emergency meeting expressing very not wanting them to come into the old boys network. Mm-hmm. So people, there you go. Who's called that big head boy? Only Anthony Grant. He landed in Jamaica today. I want to know why America cousin are calling me. I'm over right now.
Why? Thing looks sticky for Sunday, brother.
Yeah, but we need a replacement for Lodo, so somebody else have to be called up.
But that's what I'm saying. Why wouldn't they call it? They're not calling up anybody, because why wouldn't they call up the person today, seeing that they came back into the island? What sense does it make to call him tomorrow?
Hotel. I want to pay the hotel tonight. No, one bro got me and Teddy and no family. No.
Also,
round here say orange, round at Teddy say green. And I know them side of people.
Yeah.
Paper plates, if you get him on the program, Teddy not come for the program, man. Teddy knows say he can't debate me none time. No part of it.
Yeah, man, we're trying to set up a debate, man.
No, coach, it's just like Kefir. When I take the area so you know. If it's not in a cranky league, you can't debate me. You have a cranky league at above. You understand?
Okay.
Yeah, man. You know more debate, coach, I want you send out a channel, I'm take out something in a newspaper, I'm take out the ad in a newspaper. Pink watch bars. For sports man. Umpire, so. Don't talk to me, we talk loud, man.
We tell him to call in a Qatar, but he no call.
What is
we tell him to call internet.
What is this thing? Cause I don't know what. I missed the program. What happened?
Qatar, cranky, yeah, about cranky. Pink watch boss said Mannings.
I know how we know, but
what? Is it the fools? No, it never said YouTuber.
Yes,
so those on social media.
And they talk loud.
No, at one point in time he said a YouTuber.
He said YouTube.
Yeah.
I listen it. I never hear him say YouTube.
Yeah, so man. On this second stanza, he said YouTubers. He was trying to avoid from saying which social media, but he couldn't resist.
He couldn't resist. And the girl.
Yeah. He did say it at one point.
Our lovely supporter and fan Maria, we love you.
Mariah.
Big up Mariah, big up yourself. Because she said, I was there every night.
So what he said about the youth? What YouTube? What everybody?
The YouTubers are the fool.
No, he said we don't have no
are
sense.
idiots. Oh, they
No,
don't.
no sense.
No, the
Yes.
fans are idiots. Some fans are idiots, and the YouTube we don't have no sense.
No sense.
We don't talk loud.
Well, what have to do with it concerning what?
Him not have no dollars, man. You understand? What about private dollars?
If you watch the episode there, man.
Yeah, man, I need to check it out.
Because one thing me know is that me never have to remove any of my video them. And them do an interview.
No, me I tell the Grant not a family.
Them do an interview.
Grant a family. Yeah, big up Grant.
Cataract, next time we need to ask them, where is the top of interview? If we have no sense, what happened to there? What happened to the top of interview that they did?
No, man, but in have to say that before. Remember, say him come tell we say, Damian Lowe make 8 long ball in 2 games and only connect 2. And we have to make it know say we have sofa score and this things. You're not even watching the game, bro.
Who you talking?
The Pink Watch
Pink Watch boss, man.
Hey, George.
No, me not call him my name. It gets speaky spoken.
Hey, George.
If I use a big word.
I'm agreeing with you. Hey, George.
Hold on, man. I went to man come on the program. I said, the man is at the apogee of his career.
Good.
Let's say you really want to say apex. Don't use big words when smaller words can surpass. Nobody has sense, but nobody don't even know who they're on the team and really rate it.
You know, me say it, Qatar. Them man, they probably
big up Lance Whitaker. Them man, there's an original sports journalist, well spoken.
Them man, they probably able to recall some happenings. And I know all the time, then correct. You see me?
Man, they can't work without what you call it again now, the teleprompter. You don't know nothing without teleprompter, the man. You think you can come on the show? You see the man I read off on a teleprompter.
See a freestyle.
Where's the top about up the Pink Watch boss? George.
Yeah, man. Hey,
from me, call the man Pink Watch boss. You know. The man come with a
black one.
No,
a blue. A black
a powder blue, man. The man come with a powder blue. Nice, soft powder blue. Pastel. You clown. Bad man, if you wear pastel. Up to you. Hey, pastel.
Anyways, people, we are going to end the show right now.
Put up the Blue Mountain Entertainment Group 1 there, right? This is cool.
And just as Mr. Porter come.
Mr. Porter come in the wrong time.
I mean that we can't play so. No, if they come try to you about brother, Cataract have bad sound.
So, Cataract, so you lose the credibility in sound playing already? Man.
It's sound playing already.
Yeah, man, I say you can't play sound.
No, of course, let me tell you something. If man don't know Cataract, if a man go look for a YouTube video, and we are clash, you understand? And I think that's a man that say, we can't play the John Oates. When they are talking a film, they say, yo, you can't play the John Oates, Cataract. And me, play the John Oates and show it. You're dead, you play about tune, That I'm dead. Blow Mountain. I see a selector look working. I work.
Oh.
I work. Anyways, which song do you used to play Blue Mountain? If you have bet that, you have to tell me somewhere you play. I don't follow the career right off a road. That tell you. I juggle for the ladies now, you know? It's
anyways,
nice.
Devon, you're forward when time we are roll out still, but you don't know we are going to full show after. But big up to everybody who came on. Big up to all the supporters of Coaches Desk. Mannings, people, go check out I Am Sure Sports. Mannings are going to bag of things over there. Had an excellent show today. So want to check it out. If you did miss it, check it out. And if you have not subscribed, go check out the man. Sure. Mpet, big up yourself. Uncle Devon, big up yourself. Today. Yeah, man.
Don't you get a big audience. Melatonin sound. What I know that sound?
Cataract was on. Big up Cataract, big up Wells. Cranky was on. Big up to Cranky. And all the people who continue to support the thing. Big up on yourself. Also, every single person in the comment section. Big up the Erudite squad in the building. Big up to all the Team Cataract. Big up to Team Crankers.
The Battle Gang.
And the Battle Gang, yeah.
The boss run when they see me come. That's the thing I'm going to
So, we have a style and flavor. I'm going to run it out now. And tomorrow we'll do it all over again.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.